It's all Andrew's fault.
Sorry, did you say something?
Nope.
Okay.
I said it's all Andrew's fault.
Hmm.
Antonio says Andrew's sleeping. I considered making this Israeli civil war chat, but I figured if I was going to do that, I wouldn't stream to randos. That would be weird. Israeli revolution. There's an overnight shift. Oh, you're working for the electrician, right? You're not talking about an overnight shift at Costco, are you? Complete pipe dreams. Me and Yosef are sitting around talking about impossibilities. What's most likely going to happen in Israel? Okay, yes, electrical. What's most likely going to happen in Israel is Bibi is going to be forced to back down on his judicial reforms, um, which may mean a collapse of the government and new elections. Wow. That is a horrible translation. I'm guessing you don't care too much about the Israeli news.
I don't care for what?
Too much about the Israel news.
No, afraid not. It seems like a giant. Well, all politics seems like a giant cesspool, and
It is, yeah. Um, I mean, somebody on Twitter said this is similar to what's going on in France and the United States and in Great Britain, and I think it really is. Um, the internet is making it so that elections are not reflecting the will of the intelligentsia, and they're losing their mind and up to their old tricks. And I'm not sure they're going to be successful. What I said at the 2020 election was, I hope they are. Um, I hope either um, Trump or Biden wins in a landslide, but the fact that Biden won barely made me think the people who William says it will get worse here if the U.S. gets to packing the Supreme Court. I mean, that's basically what's going on right now in Israel. It's the the Supreme Court is a bunch of left wing secularists, and um, there's a dictatorship of the secular left in the Supreme Court, and they're going to lose their power if um, what's his name? What's the name of that guy? Netanyahu gets his way, and since they are opposed to losing their power, they're willing to do literally anything, including uh, bringing the entire government down. And yeah, I mean, the general strike announcement was hilarious. It's a general strike where all the employers have promised the people striking that they will pay full wages. So, is that a strike of the general population or a strike that's being funded by the employers?
Yeah, it's mad. Oh, super random question.
Super random answer.
Have you ever looked at the Federal Reserve and all that sort of stuff?
Yep.
You were around when Ron Paul was going around with his and the Fed stuff. Man,
I was. Yes.
who'd you vote for?
I did not vote for Ron Paul. The guy is an idiot. I'm
Bruh.
sorry. Even though I love many libertarians who love him dearly, the man's an idiot. There are people who don't understand economics, Ron Paul, and so, okay. The problem with economics is, Fraudwith says, what secrets lie within the heart of Jacob? Only the shadow knows. So the problem with economics is that it is more complex than fluid mechanics. And vast majority of people don't understand aeronautics or fluid mechanics and gases and how really complex systems work. The fact is that really complex systems are so complex that the normal models don't work well at all, and you have to use stochastic modeling. And the problem with stochastic modeling is it's very different from normal models everyone's used to. So you get midwits who are people who are smart enough to like maybe even understand calculus, but they're not smart enough to quite understand. And frankly, like I never understood fluid dynamics either, right? I'm not that smart, but I have enough intellectual humility to realize I don't understand fluid mechanics, and that there are people who understand fluid mechanics, and that you cannot model fluids and certainly gases in the same way as you do solids. And so all of the people who are trying to use billiards physics to understand the weather are the people who think that economics is really simple and they have it all figured out. And then they say stupid things like, so Adam Friended a while back said something really silly about economics on Twitter, and I was like, okay, you have no clue what you're talking about. And he really didn't. Like his model of economics, the way he understood it, he thought that dollar bills are T-bills. He thought that if we were to get rid of the national debt, there would be no monetary supply.
Crazy.
Yeah. But there's a lot of people who think that. And I think Ron Paul, to some extent, seems to think that. Like, if you really think that without a national debt, there's no monetary supply, you don't understand anything about modern monetary supply.
Mhm.
And yes, I mean, so Graham says our money is coupons. And to some extent, it is coupons. But that's completely beside the point. The fact is that the spirit of mammon, right, animates money and the movement of money. And the velocity of cash is real. And if you don't understand the basics of economics, you're not going to understand how human society functions.
Mm.
And is it to some extent kind of like pheromones in the signaling that it does between human beings? Yes. But it's a signal between human beings. And it's an important signal. It may be the most important signal in keeping our society together. And this is part of the reason I am worried about economic collapse.
Yep.
Why? What do you think about the Fed?
I don't like the Fed.
You don't like the Fed.
I absolutely hate the Fed.
You hate the Fed.
Yeah.
What do you have that's better than the Fed?
You ever hear of free banking?
I have not heard of free banking.
Okay.
What is free banking? Is it like freebasing?
Free basing? I've
Yeah,
never heard of that.
Freebasing is what you do with heroin. Apparently, I don't know much about heroin.
Free banking. So the first thing to explain is that like anything can act as money. People think that like things are good as money because they're valuable, when it's the other way around. Things are valuable because they can act as money.
There are things which have value because they can act as money.
Mhm.
Money is, I mean, using gold as money was useful, and especially because having inherent value kind of gave it a basis in reality that fiat currency doesn't have.
Mhm.
But the fact is, since you can pay your tax bill in dollars, and the United States has an army which will come and collect its taxes, it's not like fiat currency has zero intrinsic value.
Mhm.
It has as much value as the um, as the U.S. military assigns to it.
Mhm. Yeah. All right. So there's good money and there's bad money, and things can be valuable as money. Um, so back in ye olden days, you had gold as money, and then we came up with banks, and banks would give you these banknotes. They'd
Correct.
say like, this note shows that.
They're like checks, but they
Yep.
had. I mean, that is what a check really is. A check and a dollar bill are not very different. When you
Mhm.
have a check, the only difference between that check and a dollar bill is that the check is for any amount as opposed to the dollar bill, which is for a fixed amount.
Yep. You're exactly right. Um, so then we get into fractional reserve banking. So these banks found out that you can give out more of these
No, no,
dollar.
no, 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 no. Banks didn't find out
Hmm.
that you can have fractional reserve banking. What they found out was that there is no actual alternative to fractional reserve banking.
No,
You,
fees.
you always, always, always will have fractional reserve banking. The
No, I
question
disagree.
is, can you increase it from zero reserve to a fractional reserve?
Oh,
Because it is absolutely impossible to have no reserve banking.
no, I disagree.
You can
There's
disagree all you want,
uh,
but you might as well disagree with like air existing.
look at the screen, Jacob.
What is on the screen? You have a dog.
Yep.
That is beautiful, but that doesn't change the fact that you will always have fractional reserve banking.
Okay.
Let me explain
On.
to you why.
Yep.
Let me explain to you why.
Hmm.
Now, when you put your money in the bank, right?
Hmm. Yep.
You seem to think, doggy, you're right. You seem to think that when you have money in the bank, you have because the bank doesn't actually have the money you think it does, that the bank has somehow done something wrong.
No, I disagree.
What do you mean?
That's not what I think.
Okay.
I'm just opposed on principle that you can't have full reserve banks.
How do you have a full reserve bank?
The bank lives off fees. It never lends.
Um, so you are going to collapse the economy because there will be no lending. That's really smart. And what will happen is what happens in every country that has no functional banking system,
Mm.
which is people will start to lend to each other with zero reserves.
Mm. Yeah. I don't want to get rid of fractional reserve banking though.
What do you want to do?
I want to have free bank.
What's free bank?
Free banking is so nowadays we have like a singular currency. It's the dollar. You could say
Mm-hmm.
like we have gold and whatnot, silver, bleh. It's all regulated. Um, what free banking is that um, just like we were talking about banknotes and check, you could say checks act as money, and you have competing
Mm-hmm.
currencies. Um, it's basically like, what if we took the free market and applied it to banking?
The free market already applies to banking.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because we have a singular money.
No, we don't.
Yeah,
That's part
it's
of
the
the
dollar.
problem. We actually don't have singular money. We have multiple types of money, including all the silly cryptocurrencies. The what you're butting up against is the fact that there are network externalities to any currency, and the currency which gets used the most in effect ends up becoming monopolistic, and that's how we ended up with the dollar monopoly. And if it switches to anything else, although there are other currencies, I mean, you could be using the Israeli shekel. There are people who are in fact using the Israeli shekel, right? You don't have to use a dollar. You do use it. Why? Because it first of all, it retains its value better. It's more stable than the other currencies. But money markets exist. I mean, lots of people have money market accounts. You could go to your bank and open a money market account right now, and they'll give you a higher interest rate for it because there's a risk involved in it. So this idea that like we don't have competing currencies is, I'm sorry, just plain wrong.
I think we have competing currencies. I just
Okay.
think that we shouldn't have one currency per nation or whatever.
We don't have one currency per nation. What do you call Bitcoin?
Bitcoin is
What do you call Bank of America credit cards?
the problem is that like the government only whatever upholds transactions in its own currency.
Oh, so you want the government to issue multiple currencies?
No.
Yeah,
no,
that's a
no.
horrible idea. So, I mean, what's your problem? There are multiple currencies already.
I don't want governments issuing currencies and only.
You don't want the United States only accepting taxes in one currency. Is that what you're trying to do? Like, have the United States be willing to to get paid in Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean,
Do you realize what kind of administrative nightmare that would be?
yeah,
There's a reason why the United States only takes dollars. And actually, I mean, you can't have a government willing to accept multiple payments for payments that are in the trillions of dollars, and they are.
yeah, I know.
Because the manipulation of the money markets will be huge.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
My kitty
Hey, how's
beats
it going?
your
How's it-
doggy. Sorry.
Yeah, she doesn't stop licking me. It's a problem.
It's not a problem. Chezi, you're here. We were well, I was wondering what you were thinking these days. Chezi doesn't really like the protests. So Yosef had this idea, Chezi, that if the Yanuka were to insert himself into the political problems of Israel and were to become a political leader, you would be like Mashiach. I am not gloating about what's going on, but I'm sorry, this was foreseeable. Yosef's argument is that this is no worse than the things that are going on in every other country. And it's like, yeah, I guess it's not worse than what's going on in every other country where civilization is falling apart.
I found this funny anecdote in the book you sent me.
Yes, this would be a great for a leader to emerge. The whatchamacallit book, Hasidic Masters.
Yep.
Funny enough, this week I was preparing for a video I wanted to make, and it was the first time in 20 years that I wanted to look something up in that book I gave you. It's okay. I looked it up elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
So what's this anecdote you found in Hasidic Masters by Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan?
Let me find it. I remember what it was. I just don't remember the names. Let's see. It was like I think it was the bear that went up to first time he was meeting
The Magid.
the Magid, right? Yeah, and he
Okay.
just kept hearing whatever stories about like horses and coachmen, and he
I
wanted to hear stuff about like Kabbalah and whatnot. So it says disgusted. He um where can I find it? He left disgusted, and then the Magid, whatever, like, called to him, said like,
yeah.
get back here, and pointed whatever. They had some sort of discussion, and he said that the bear knew the body of Kabbalah, but not the soul, something like that. Let me try finding it.
I mean, it's going to be towards
Hey.
the beginning. The Magid was the first student of, well, maybe the second student. It's either chapter 2 or chapter 3 in that book.
Mm.
If I remember it correctly, from 20 years ago.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's the bear. All the Maggid heard from the Baal Shem were stories about coachmen and horses. Disgusted, he was ready to return home when the Baal Shem summoned him back. Querying him on a difficult Kabbalistic text, the Baal Shem soon convinced him that while he may have mastered the body of the teaching, he was far removed from its soul. It just seems funny to me that this guy goes to hear the Baal Shem, and then all he hears is like stories about horses.
Well, I mean, yes, but if you know the Kabbalah, you know that. So Maaseh Merkava, which is the work of the chariot, is actually one of the two major divisions of the Kabbalah. There's the works of creation and the works of the chariot being the Ezekiel's chariot.
Mm.
And the vision that Ezekiel had.
Mm.
And so the idea that the Baal Shem Tov was talking about chariots, I mean, yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
That's all who wants to hear. I only want to hear about the Maggid of Mizrash. First, your dog is moving your camera. Now my cat is moving my camera. The animals are rebelling against this stream.
Yeah, she's got my arm pinned here. Hence why I'm halfway leaning over.
Metaphysics.
Yep. It's what Jonathan Pajot does too. He's always like the chair, the oneness of the chair.
Gartham! Yes, so apparently this is a story of the Maggid and the Baal Shem Tov.
Mm-hmm.
I actually went to the Young Library. There's a CJ Young library not far from me. I was going to pull up and I found the interview where he said what he did about a rabbi coming, anticipating the entirety of his psychology. Let's see, where did I put that? Ta-da! Oh
my gosh. Hey, chill out, bud.
So this is the book. CJ Young speaking. And This is an 80th birthday interview that somebody did in July 22nd, 1955, um, with Young on the occasion of his 80th birthday. And then this is, no, that's not it. Oh, well, it kind of is it. Okay. So, page 271. The subject of conversation turns to the English edition of his collected works and his correspondence with Freud, which has not yet been published. Jung says, "The Anglo-Saxons understand me better than the French. The French are either Cartesians or Catholics." At the same time, however, he has much praise for the psychological wisdom of the Catholic Church and makes a number of interesting comments on the recently proclaimed dogma of the Assumption. It is because the Jews and Protestants, those mitigated Jews, have no pictures of God, because they are not allowed to represent the archetypes, that they top the statistics for neuroses. Taking up a reference I made to the affinity between the theories, his theories, and those of William James, Young confirms my remark, saying that he had known James personally. But do you know who anticipated my entire psychology in the 18th century? The Hasidic rabbi Ber of Mizrich, whom they called the Great Maggid. He was a most impressive man. In conclusion, I asked for another interview in 10 years' time. Young laughs. In 10 years, you can shake hands with my shadow in Hades.
What does that mean?
I was Chezi's going to join us. There's a Kierkegaard library at St. Olaf in Minnesota. Carl Jung said that. Yes, Carl Jung did in fact say that. Another big fan of Judaism toward the end of his life, Jean-Paul Sartre. So, yeah, I actually there was a book in the library. Oh, this is here. I'll show you guys another picture I took at the library. You're stuck. I know. So, see that? Oh, you're not seeing that. So this is the book stack, and see that book? If the members of the library had any idea, they would lose their freaking minds.
Mm-hmm.
Is this better? Or there's this. That's not good. Meow.
Okay, take a break. Take a break. Hey, yo, what are you doing? Super random question.
Super random answer.
There's this one part in here where it says, "The mystery of God's unity is that wherever one grasps an edge or part of this unity, one grasps it all."
Yep.
What does that mean?
Because God has no parts, and He is truly infinite. Any grasp of any part of God is, in fact, a grasp of the entire whole.
But you said He has no parts.
Exactly.
This is gonna be one of those
It's okay.
circular
So
spiral.
allow me. So Garth is going to bed.
Good night.
He's had enough of the capitalistic stuff. So let me explain a scientific analogy that's not very good, but it's an analogy people have started making since we found out about DNA. Every single cell in your body contains the essential nature of the entirety of your body, correct?
Mm-hmm. So if you grasp one cell, you grasp the human person.
In a sense.
It's fractal, huh?
Fractal is one way of describing it. Yeah. Because God is truly infinite, anything that is revealed of him reveals him truly completely. People also like to talk about holograms, but I don't know if that helps. Not sure. What's so funny?
My dog has these really big ears. So she looked up for a second, and all you could see were just two pairs of ears sticking up. Like,
Well, all you see is two of Shadow's paws.
Mhm.
And since she's black, you can barely tell that any of the paws are sticking out.
Mhm.
And apparently she fell asleep. Which is strange. She was like really hyperactive for like 2 weeks. But she's asleep now. I have no clue how she fell asleep. What happened in 2021? You graduated from high school?
Yeah. Oh, I got you. I got you.
Are we listening to your dog licking you?
Yep. That's enough. That's enough. Hey, come on, come on, come on, come on.
He loves you. Or she.
Yeah, she,
He? She?
she. Yep.
What's her name?
Bailey.
Bailey?
Yep. I just got home, so she's been missing me.
How old is she?
7?
Okay, she's still pretty young.
Wait, I got her 7th grade or 8th grade? 4, 6. Yeah, 7 or 8. She's getting early stage arthritis though. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, those dogs, what are they called?
Corgis.
Corgis.
Yeah.
They were
tend to
not.
get those.
Yeah, they were not bred with health in mind.
Yeah.
They were bred to be oblong and cute.
Yep. Huh? The queen got some of you, and now you're all everyone wants, huh?
See, that's the thing. Like the dogs and cats I get, like I could never get like one of those brachiocephalic dogs. Like one of my cousins, distant cousins, has a English bulldog, and it's like she looks so incredibly like oblong and not healthy.
Mm.
Broadwith is right. This is like totally ASMR.
She doesn't sleep, or rather, she only naps.
I have zero clue how Shadow suddenly fell asleep in my arms like this, because she generally does not. She spends most of her time sleeping in her hammock, but she did fall asleep.
Hear that, bud? You better fall asleep too. She sheds everywhere too. How about Shadow?
Shadow doesn't really shed very much. At least not that I've noticed. I mean, Happy sheds a lot more. Actually, Happy's probably shedding right now, and I did not take a brush up there with me. So Arya Lev doesn't actually have a brush for her there. And it's getting warmer. I think I'm gonna go Memorial Day weekend to pick her up.
Yep. This dog sheds 2 times a year, each for 6 months.
Happy really does shed when it starts getting warmer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I agree. Is AI art? Well, that is definitely an argument to be had. I actually think that Ayn Rand, in Romantic Manifesto, gave a very good definition of art, despite the fact that, frankly, I've come to absolutely hate the Romantics. But art, in the sense, first of all, I do believe in the death of the artist. So I think art is in the eye of the beholder, not in the creator of the art. And so I don't care about the intent or even the um, intelligence of the artist, right? You can look at um, here. I will show you one of the most beautiful works of art in the world. These are white peacocks, and they're incredibly beautiful. And while I do believe in God, you don't necessarily have to believe in God to see the beauty of a white peacock or a colored peacock for that matter. And like when you see artwork in terms of like birds making beautiful nests, or otherwise making beautiful things, like they don't have to. So I honestly, I don't think who made the art and the intent of the artist is at all relevant to whether or not something is in fact art. Fezzi's trying to connect. Saving the planet starts here. Fezzi is failing to connect. I'm guessing the cell towers in Israel are being used dramatically, and internet between Israel and the United States is quite. There's a lot of people paying attention to Israel right now who were not 10 hours ago. Guessing the internet traffic is pretty heavy.
Before he connects, I'm going to try putting the dog back.
Is the coder to the AI? Again, I think this is an attempt at objectivity that is not what the painter is. The painting. I don't care who the painter is. Honestly, I don't think the fact that Leonardo da Vinci wanted to create art has any bearing on whether or not he successfully created artwork. I see no relationship whatsoever between the artist and the artwork.
Guess who's back?
Shady's back.
Tell a friend.
I am going to put the invite into the chat again in case people want to join. Fezzi is attempting to join yet again.
Dun dun dun.
Hello, Jaime. I believe this is the first time I've ever spoken to you. It doesn't matter if you're trying or not trying to do art. It really doesn't matter at all. I don't care about your intentions whatsoever in the artwork. I see no reason why I should care.
Emergent beauty.
So there was a ad campaign in Los Angeles for the Museum of Contemporary Art, and I generally hate modern art, but this was truly genius. What they did is there's Fezzi.
Hello, hello.
Good evening.
Hello, Hanavi Yechezkel.
There's a song like that.
Navi Yechezkel.
Yeah, it's a catchy song by a group called I think the Tall Windows or the High Windows, and I've heard that all my life.
I did not know this.
Yes, it's a popular. I mean, it was a popular song like in the '60s or '70s, but it's like a fun little tune about Ezekiel and his, the Valley of the Dry Bones and the chariot. It's a sort of strange song to have like a fun little tune to, but that is a real song. Yeah, no bueno. What's going on in Israel? Not good.
What do you mean not good? Gamzu Latoiva.
I am an optimist, so I also feel that Gamzu Tova. However, to be honest, I like 2 months ago, I was sort of being like, okay, like this will just sort of be,
Blow.
yeah, it'll just blow over. But I mean, there's many different reasons why like it's not blowing over. But
Because the
situ-
elites in Israel have decided they want to retain power.
listen, you have to split into two different things because putting aside everything you think about the reform, okay, which is in the media called like the revolution, right?
The dictatorship of the proletariat, yes.
Right. So it's just like it's intimidation as well. Like it's just crazy to think about. You have, I mean, their protests. They're not called protests. They call them the days of what's the word in Hebrew in English
What's the
of
word
disturbance.
in Hebrew?
Shibush, the days of disturbance. And their idea is like, we're going to block highways. Now, that is illegal. You could protest all year if you want to next to the highway. You don't protest on the highway. And you don't it's by every member of Knesset's house, there are thousands of people. And
It's
I just think
exactly like BLM. It's exactly like Brexit. It's exactly what the left always does when
Yes.
they don't get their way.
so.
if
They have the horror
elections-
high ground, and they think they could do anything they want, and they think they could because they are, as far as they're concerned, because of the terminology and the wording, like it's the end of democracy. Then of course everything goes because if it really was the end of democracy, so I would also be on the streets and I'd also be rioting. But
Yes,
now you have.
anytime you do anything the left doesn't like, it's the end of democracy.
However, having said that, right, like it doesn't matter because it became a self-fulfilling prophecy because if it was all hyperbole then about the end of democracy and the police has lost control and it's hurting our economy, because they won't stop, the cops did lose control. It is hurting the economy and it is causing security issues. So now it's too late. And they played like now it's I mean, I'm thinking at Bibi. So the prime minister fired the chief, the security minister.
Yeah.
Now everyone's like, this is it. This is the last stop. Now his claim is like, I told him to come out against, there's already talks about in the army and different pilots were saying like, they're not going to fly and they're not going to fight and they're not going to go in the reserves. So he was saying, you got to squash that. Like there's no room for any of that kind of conversation about like the army getting involved in like this political conversation. But that wasn't squashed. So he's like, you've lost control, you're out. But I usually have a thing or two to say. I don't know what they're supposed to do.
So Yosef says, this is why I tuned in as I fell asleep, waiting for Chaziz's take.
So yalla, Joseph, get on because it's a good conversation to have. It's an important conversation to have. I also think that.
So I just want to read this regarding the protest tomorrow. Employers have committed to paying full wages to workers during the strike. And to me, that's like, oh, this isn't a workers' strike. It's an employer's strike. Yeah, guess what? Makes perfect sense.
high schools. I mean, it's also
they closed the universities because the university professors, this is what they want.
Now again, you could come and say, well, Chazi, isn't it beautiful that like everyone's getting together and they're going to speak truth to power, and there's not going to let that happen?
They're not speaking truth to power. This is power speaking truth to the people.
I understand that, and you have a real. I mean, it happened today, right? You have thousands of people on the highway, completely closed off the highway, and you're not going to have in 2023 the cops starting to water cannon like thousands of people on the street.
Chazi, what happens if and this is what we started talking on the Discord server about, if the Moetzet Gedolei HaTorah of United Torah Judaism and Shas announced that all the Haredim should go out on the highways and protest? What would happen?
Well, it would not end well, obviously. I just to throw this out there, because there was on Thursday night, last Thursday, there was another. They decided to take the protests into a neighborhood named Bnei Brak, which is an ultra-Orthodox community, and the protester came with helmets on and bike helmets on because they were anticipating like a lot of action. They were shocked to find that the ultra-Orthodox were waiting with Shabbat food, cholent, bagels, things like that, and we're giving it to them. And there's this video that's making its way around on social media where you see there's this music playing and it's just singing Shalom Aleichem slowly. Then they just had it playing, and you see this protester, this older man, take off his helmet and just start bawling, crying, and singing Shalom Aleichem with it. And like This was
Motzei Shabbat? This wasn't on Shabbat.
This was Thursday night.
Thursday night, okay.
And he was taking a back by. So like that's obviously a beautiful moment because we're brothers fighting, hence the tension, because it's biblical. Like the terminology being used by members of Knesset is Medinat, the state of Israel versus the state of Judah. And then you think again about like
I haven't seen this video. Now we have to find this video. Is it on Twitter?
I'm not on Twitter, so I don't know.
You're not on Twitter? How can you not be on Twitter?
I've never been on Twitter either.
Video Israeli protest. Shalom Aleichem. Here it is. On YouTube.
Yeah, you could play it for a second while I pick up a file for myself. You have to put this in perspective, Andrew. Remember, this guy's coming, has a helmet on, and he thinks he's going to have a whole big fight right now.
Okay, that's beautiful.
So I'll tell you why it's beautiful and depressing, because he, right, as knowing his age, if I wasn't in bed, what is it? I need to be up in
and he needs to be up in 6 hours.
Okay, so just listen. It's sad because that relates to this enchanted theory. That guy, he's too immersed because of his age, I think. When he heard that song, it disarmed him, because deep in him, it was too overwhelming of him to think for a second. He was realized that it's brother fighting brother. It's in Israel. Like, how is this happening?
How do you say protester in modern Hebrew?
Mafgin.
Mafgin?
Yeah, like Hafgana is a protest, Mafgin is a protester.
With a bet or a pay?
Pay.
Mafgin.
So you have a younger generation that is not, not as connected to his roots. I'm just saying there's different aspects over here. There's political aspects, there's religious aspects, but it's difficult because you have a population of secular Jews that is looking at the parliament and saying, there's this guy named Derry. He never served in the army. He looks nothing like me. There's this guy named Ben-Gvir. He never served in the army. He looks nothing like me. There's a guy named Schmutritz. He did 10 months in the army. He looks nothing like me. They're making there's this guy named Gafni. He never did the army. Like, these people are changing my country in front of me, and they're making these laws for them that they're accommodating. So it does seem, I can understand how it seems extremely scary. There was horrible, it was horrible on the right hand side. They did a horrible job explaining the reform, the laws they wanted to change. Now, none of this is an excuse for the intimidation tactics, for the insane power grab of the Supreme Court, but there's a way of how these things have to be done, and they just dropped the ball in this so badly. And because of the complete recklessness of the opposition, and exacerbated by social media, it really, the situation has seemingly lost control. And Bibi tried to come in. He tried to get involved recently and said that he's going to personally, get involved in this situation. He tried to wink to the liberals and say, listen, you guys have these concerns. I'm going to make sure that the minority population, their rights are enshrined and protected in constitutional law. And that even includes the LGBTQ. And I don't think he would be able to say a comment like that without okaying it with the ultra-Orthodox communities first. So I think that was supposed to be like throwing that out to the left. However, they've climbed up a tree that they can't come down on. Like, you can't say it's the end of democracy, he's a dictator, it's the end of the world, and then, like, if he changes one thing, they'll be like, oh, it's okay now. Like, how are they going to back down from this right now? How are they going to say?
There's no way for them to back down. It's just like there was no way for them to back down from Trump being Orange Hitler.
You have to think about, like, the highways were blocked for 9 hours. Pregnant women, people that were sick, people trying to get home. Just like now, how do you want?
They're paying everybody to strike and sending the students. Frankly, the Haredim. If they weren't all 80-year-old men, and this is what I said that made Yosef say maybe the Yanuka will get involved. The fact that they are all 80-year-old men on these moetzot, if they sent all of the yeshiva bachers out onto the streets to protest,
to protest, but you don't want to have civil war. You don't want to have
what the yeshiva bachurim are. What are they going to do? They're going to beat people up. Hopefully not.
It's, there's no proper dialogue, which again, and people also have to realize the Supreme Court, not the Supreme Court, the Attorney General forbade the Minister of, how would you say Hasbara? Of
Hasbara, explaining, of propaganda, really, but
she's not allowed to say communications minister. She was not allowed to spend $1 on any of this. The prime minister was not allowed to talk about this, right? Because of conflict of interest that he has. Now, his claim is you guys are gonna say that my conflict of interest is because of the judges.
There he goes.
As he always does. This is the precise same thing that the BLM protests were in the United States. That's the thing for me. It's like this is no different. The left has decided that anybody who opposes them is in any way is Hitler, and they have to greet it with violence. And guess what? If what you do with every political election you lose is threaten civil war, at some point you're going to get civil war, especially when, well, so it's not so bad in Israel because it's the left who has gone to the army and has control of the military, and it's the right which refuses to serve in the military mostly and doesn't mostly. Okay.
It's just an important stat to have, in mind. Over 50% of officer school in Israel, in the army, is religious, which identifies with the right. The perfect example of this is during the disengagement. This is after a portion of Israel was unilaterally given to basically returned, so to speak, to the Gaza border. This beautiful neighborhood where I actually celebrated my bar mitzvah with beautiful beaches, with beautiful homes, was completely abandoned, and they evacuated 10,000 people. This was a huge rift in the Israeli society because of this. However, there is not one religious officer. There is not that told their commanding officer that he's not going to do this or that he's going to riot. Now, one of the members of Knesset, one of the ministers right now, the finance minister in Israel, at the time he was a civilian of this disengagement, he was planning to protest and block the highways to stop the disengagement or to disrupt the disengagement. He was put in a cell for 3 weeks. Okay? I'm just saying, like, the difference between, like, now you have people completely shutting down the country for something that didn't even pass, and that's happening legally through an elected government, and it's just insane. So I politically speaking, I think and this is also what's ridiculous, because many people on the left there's plenty of videos of them and recordings of them all saying that the Supreme Court has lost control. They have too much power. We can't let them do this. Like, many of them have been pro the reform, and they all have gone silent.
So one of the things on my Discord server that I brought up a lot was the American jurists looking at the Israeli Supreme Court and calling it a dictatorship.
I mean, you have again. All you need to go back in time, and you could see how the Americans talk about Aharon Barak, the Supreme Court justice, how much he lost control. So everyone has a very short memory, unfortunately, which is extremely. No, I
remember. I remember Aharon Barak. The guy was a dictator. He was a judicial dictator in Israel, and for some reason, the left thought that was something that's going to be allowed to continue forever, apparently.
But this has to do with all politicians and all political systems right now. We don't know yet what the ramifications are and how to deal with. If you're a politician and you say the wrong thing or something that upsets everyone, you need to realize that you're going to have the ire of the world on you immediately, nonstop, all the time, on every social media. And we are not trained as humans, nor as institutions, to deal with that kind of rhetoric at that speed and what the ramifications of that. Like what does that mean if suddenly 1 million people immediately say no? Is that a big number? Is it not a big number? Do I need to be scared of that? Like, I'm hearing it all the time. Like, you have to think of a member of Knesset that if tomorrow there's 5,000 people outside his house, not letting his wife go to the store, cursing his children, how are you going to make any decisions? How can you like?
But Chazi, okay. The problem is that the people who are willing to actually vote and to elect people and have real lives are not people who, at a drop of a hat, are going to go and protest in front of somebody's house like the left-wing, childless, meaning people who have zero meaning in their life other than their politics. And that's why the left wing is able to field these armies of childless dilettantes.
I think it's a loud minority. I think that the loud minority, I think there's a majority within the minority that is just completely confused. Okay, that doesn't realize, like, I think they're being like they're too invested in this narrative right now, where, like, facts at this point really don't matter, and that's why I would recommend, in theory, them slow down the legislation right now and try to make some sort of compromise. However, how can you identify there's a few levels to it. One is that that means like a collapse of the government, though. That means like the majority, like, why can't I protest if it's like I don't like right now? Why can't I now completely block the highway? Like, it's mayhem. Now the responsible adult needs to address the mayhem, but by addressing the mayhem, it's giving them a win, and it's giving a win to anarchy. And but
you can't negotiate with terrorists, and the Israeli public should know that.
Yes, but the problem is, like, and it's you now. So like now, so now they're talking about now having like a full strike in the whole market.
Yeah.
Like, so that's it. So now we are killing the economy now. So it wasn't like, like this legislation is going to kill the economy. We ourselves are doing this to ourselves right now because we are completely just maiming.
Look, when you're dealing with a people who see all of their power waning, what you expect them not to fight for their hegemony? I mean,
but we're burning just like they did with all those thousands of years ago. We are burning the wheat, the wheat storage. We are destroying ourselves.
Okay. Well, this is the type of leadership. Yeah, I don't see any difference between what's going on in Israel and what goes on here with the establishment against the popular will of.
I'll tell you the difference. The only difference I see, and this could be like, I'm biased, obviously, is that, well, there's two things. One is it only took like over 2,000 years for us to get back over here. So like that, we could lose it again. So like, it's insane that you're playing with that we're doing that. And secondly, I mean, this is the tension between Jewish and democratic, and and the fight right now for that we're going to lose our democracy. And I think people sometimes mix also. Like, you could be a democracy. That doesn't mean you have to also accept all of Western liberal culture. Like, you could be a democracy and not necessarily be like as the woke defines liberalism. And as a Jewish person, aside from me being a good civilian, I also personally have, and I don't know if America or Spain has this, but I believe that our country and our people have a message to the world. And I believe that there's like, a divine presence involved in that.
Because you're religious and these people are not. I have a
but
question. I have
Yeah.
a question. Asaf Zamir, was he a political appointee, or was he a um, part of the bureaucracy?
yeah, you roided for a second.
Asaf Zamir, you know who he is?
Yeah, yeah.
Was he a political appointee, or was he part of the bureaucracy?
He's the American consul or something, right?
Yeah, he was, but I'm wondering, was he? I mean, is that a political position like an ambassador is in the United States, or is it a bureaucratic position like a
No,
consul is?
Yair Lapid, the former prime minister,
Nominated him?
nominated him. Yeah,
Okay, so it is a
but he just retired.
who?
I mean, just stepped down. I mean,
Yeah,
Asaf
yeah.
Zamir just stepped down.
Yeah, and so this is what I tweeted about his resignation letter. Just to explain what is happening here, he's resigning because the government of Israel is too Jewish, and the second to the last paragraph is a perfect example of secularist Israelis tugging on Jewish heartstrings with cynical anti-religious sentiment. Listen to this. Working alongside such dedicated and passionate individuals who share my love for Israel and the Jewish people has been an honor. My time has reminded me of the tremendous potential of Israel and the Jewish people worldwide. We are a unique community bound together by our shared history, commitment to tikkun olam, justice and compassion, and deep belief in the power of hope and determination. Go away. Which Charlie is this? Oh, it's actual Charlie.
Good one, I swear.
I thought you were gonna start flashing us with porn.
There you are.
Well, I didn't know which Charlie was. But like he's using his supposed love of the Jewish people to resign from because he doesn't want Israel to be too Jewish. This is what I really hate about the secular Zionists.
So there was an interview with former Chief Justice Aaron Barak, and they asked him, they're like, "What's your focus more on, Democratic or Jewish?" He's like, "Jewish." He's like, "Are you aware of Jewish history?" Well, he's like, "Not enough." He's like, "Are you aware of the Talmud?" Not enough. Are you aware of like? And they're like, "Well, shouldn't you?" He's like, "I should have." He's like, "Well, don't you think a Supreme Court justice that has we have inside our law that we should also be dependent on our historical and Hebrew law, that you should have
He knows
been more."
nothing about halacha. He knows nothing about Shas and Poskim. He knows nothing about the halachic process, and he likes it that way.
Anyways, Andrew, I know this has been very inside baseball, but yeah, it's extremely depressing. I don't. And by the way, one of the most depressing things is like just the lack of leadership, and this is also global. Like this would be like a prime opportunity for someone to get up and someone to speak and someone to like. I'm not saying Jordan Peterson. I'm just saying when he spoke in 2015 or 2016, it like pierced through like the bullshit. And like people sort of like heard like, this sounds like Signal. Like, I don't even know if I fully understand it. And people were like, what is he saying? But it sounded like for the first time, someone is making sense. And there's no one making sense.
If the Rebbe was alive, he would be saying something right now. And the fact that none of these supposed Rabbanim are even speaking to this issue.
Well, people are speaking, and now their conversation is like, we're brothers. We have to stop fighting. Like, yes, you're right. We're brothers. We have to stop fighting. We have to stop fighting. Does the small minority see us as brothers? That's also the problem. Or do they see us as citizens? And then like, you could have arguments with your citizens because like, it's not part of like this larger collective, but that was sort of the dream. And it's such a crazy thing to think about where you hear pilots saying, we're not going to fly anymore. And the nerve to say that. You have been trained by the government, given this super tool right now to protect this establishment that protects your kids, your family, has also allowed you to have a very successful career. Until the conversation's over internally, your job is to protect the civilians, regardless what the government decides. And they'd be like, oh, but yeah, sorry, go ahead.
How did Bibi lose control of his Sarah Bitachon?
Well, first of all, sorry, his
minister. Yeah.
First of all, he always was leaning more, usually more left, but he lost control over him because due to the pressures, he's saying, we're going to have an issue in the army right now. Like, we're going downhill. Like, you're gonna start having the army is fraying. His response is,
it's not like Sarah Bitachon is from one of the other parties. This is his own party. He can't keep control of the Likud Sarah Bitachon.
no, because I mean, because they all you understand, they are rioting by his house all day. And they are calling that, like, we're never going to, like, this, by the way, but people also have a very short memory. The reason Bibi joined with the ultra-Orthodox party is because Benny Gantz and the center-right / veering left wouldn't join him because they said, we will not sit with Bibi. So he offered a more liberal center government. They just won't sit with him. So he's like, okay, I need to make a government, so I'm going to go more right. Now, they've climbed up their own tree as well because they've created this boogeyman called, we will never sit with someone called Bibi. This is what Naftali Bennett, last prime minister, said he would do. He said he needs to make sure we don't go into fifth elections again. So he will sit either with Bibi or he'll sit with the left, whoever allows him to make a stable government. But I mean, he was obviously called the deceiver. But
did you see the Yair Lapid's beautiful whatchamacallit? I have to show you this one. I laughed so this is again one of my tweets I'm pulling up, but okay. Memshala anti-Tzionit. I know I shouldn't laugh, but LOL. Political Zionism has always been a jumble of contradictions that could not withstand the slightest logical inquiry. This tweet takes the uga. And here, I'll read the translation via Google. The dismissal of the Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant, just because he warned of a threat to Israel's security, is a new low for an anti-Zionist government that harms national security and ignores the warning of all security officials. Netanyahu can fire Gallant, but he cannot fire reality, and he cannot fire the people of Israel who are standing up to the insanity of the coalition. Anti-Zionist Memshel.
By the way, they talk about, unfortunately in 95, I think, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated.
Right.
And there, ever since then, I mean, there's been finger pointing at Bibi for like using like rhetoric that like alluded to this, and like they're always blame the right for using like hateful language. The level of rhetoric right now is beyond insane. Like he is the biggest threat to democracy. So like why? Like it's just there's a complete double standard. But
wow. If there were no double standards, the left would have none. Yes, we've heard this in the United States many times. It's true.
So I don't know. I like every day this is really becoming worse. Like today, this just became like this like hit like a whole nother level, and I don't know. Like he has people in his party there saying they're gonna quit if he like backs down. And I also understand their position being like, like how can you...
The thing is, he ran on this. It's not like he didn't run on this. It's not a surprise. This is what people voted for. And if you're not willing to recognize that this is what people voted for, then what are you talking about democracy?
I guess so, but like now, I'll tell you why the point is that it being too late. Like the world sees the protesters as legitimate, and it's over because like you now there is no more tool.
What world? What? Haaretz gets to decide what the world
No,
is now?
no. America sees it that way. England sees it that way. The UAE sees it that way. And the problem is now you like, what are you going to do? Right? Like now you had thousands of people block the highway, right? Which is completely illegal. What are you going to do?
I would tell you what I would do if I had any authority whatsoever is I would have counter protests.
Sure. It's
Have counter protests. No, announce counter protests. Say
yeah, but
you know
counter
what?
protests
Yeah.
it will lead to that will lead to violence because all you need is to strike a match and you have on a highway two populations going at each other and then you're going to lose control. And then
you already lost control. You already lost control. You can't give up to these terrorists.
Well, again, I would be very careful with those words, terrorists. They're not all terrorists. They're my brothers. They're my family.
There are people who are demanding that an election be overturned, but because they're willing to set fire in the streets. Call them whatever you want. And it's not like I even have it's not like I have any dog in this fight. It's just
of course you have a dog in this fight. What are you talking about?
A dog in this fight.
You say you don't or you do? Everyone has a dog in this fight.
I have a dog in this fight in that I have family members who, Rahman al-Islam, live under the Zionist entity.
You also want democracies to be stable, and you could see right now in the world that they're not being stable. Yeah. You also ideally want, I don't know. I mean, like, again, I'm being optimistic because hopefully there's a lesson to be learned over here. Hopefully this will just make us a stronger nation.
What? I mean, I don't see any way forward other than counter protests. You have to have counter protests. And yes, that is one step closer to civil war. But having one side field an army and what you're just gonna lay down? How does that work?
Well, I mean, I guess so you could say I could have counter protests, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying that the army and the police hands are basically tied right now. Just be like virtually they're tied because like there's nothing you could do right now. You can't arrest them. You can't beat them. You can't put water on them. There's nothing you could do. And now you have schools and now you have like the establishment is now just like, yes, we're just agreeing with you. And it's,
yeah. I mean, you see this general protest. What kind of general protest is it when the employers are paying for the people to stay home? That's not a general protest. That's just employers using their workforce as a political force.
Now, Bibi's lawyers in his personal cases are saying that if he doesn't stop, they won't represent him.
Of course, because the entirety of the legal profession in Israel is made up of all the people who were interested in law, who did not want to go to yeshiva.
To be clear, also, like I didn't vote for Benjamin Netanyahu the last two elections, and I voted for him this time because I was thinking that we're in such crazy waters and the world is going nuts that it was more Machiavellian. Like we need like the most experienced ship captain to navigate these seas. Now, like, it's like, he's like, it doesn't matter if no one's ever going to let him get to the boat. So
I could never bring myself to vote for Derry or for the fact is the Israeli political class is so corrupt. It just is completely corrupt, and everybody expects all the MKs to be corrupt. Like that's what I didn't like is that even the religious parties, like I remember going to like seeing the MKs in Shas showing up to the yeshivas, and everybody just expected them to be the most corrupt people, and including the religious people were like, oh yeah, we send the most corrupt person who doesn't belong in yeshiva to go be the MK for the religious parties. And it's like, really, that's how you're going to be represented in Knesset by the worst people you can find who pretend to listen to you? I'm guessing it's not the same with the Dati Leomi, hopefully.
What do these terms even mean anymore? I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna cry. So bad. It's so bad, and it's so like I feel like so embarrassed for her. God, like I'm sorry for him. Like it's just like I'm sorry that we still haven't learned how to behave, and I'm Kshay Oref.
Look,
By the way, I see. Oh no, Charlie's still here. I thought we lost everyone already, but yeah.
The Satmar Rebbe, the Satmar Rebbe basically, I mean, this is what he warned about. It's not about the politics. It's about teshuvah, and it's what the Rebbe also warned about.
So hopefully, again, I go back to that first video I sent you. That's where my hope is. My hope is that there's more in common. My hope is that our souls run deep, that God runs deep, and that we will.
Chazi,
We'll be enchanted.
that old man who started crying because as a child he sang Shalom Aleichem on Friday nights.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that's why he was. I'm
How
saying
many
like
of the 20, 30, 40, 50-year-olds in and especially the establishment kibbutznikim chilonim sang Shalom Aleichem on Friday nights?
So what I'm going to tell you is that older generation, right? He still has like his traditional Torah from his family in him, which allows him to sort of see the more we have in common. However, I mean, this would behoove us to, a new Torah. We need to reinvigorate the people. We need to re-show them. I mean, that's also, Torah Mashiach. This is where we're doing a very bad job as religious Jews. It's sad. Like, I do a better job here advocating for Judaism than I do, like, in real life. And yeah, I don't know.
So Yosef and I were discussing an absolute pipe dream. It's an absolute pipe dream. But imagine that the Yenuka gets involved and he gets the backing of the Eidah Haredit, and all the anti-Zionists are willing to vote for him, and he becomes Rosh Memshalah of a coalition of Eidah Haredit, Shas, United Torah Judaism, and Mafdal. Right?
Why wouldn't the seculars be there as well if they also voted for him?
Okay, fine. The secular people.
Yeah, but that's called messianic times. Yes, what you're saying right now. That's what it would look like. I would also be like, wow. I guess this is legit. and he opens up on his first day speaking. He opens up a shirt and it says Jacob was right on it. And then
I said, if that happens, I will stop being an anti-Zionist, and I will have to consider moving to the United States because all the
you mean to Israel?
Christians. I mean, moving to Israel because all the evangelical Christians would absolutely lose their mind saying the Antichrist is here.
it's sad. Like it's sad because like the flag was now co-opted. Like the flag is not like now it's like
The flag was always Shonda. I'm sorry. Like,
what the Israelites going through the water through the through the Red Sea.
right, that's the Israeli flag, as opposed to a bunch of cynical secular people draping themselves in the trappings of Judaism while not believing in a word of Torah and being completely secular, anti-religious people who force pork down other people's throats just to prove that they're not religious. Come on, the people who adopted that flag were doing it very, very cynically, and you know it.
No, I disagree with that. I
You don't
disagree
think-
with like.
You
I'll tell
don't
you
think
what,
they were. Ben Gurion really had a love for his tzitzit. He never wore
Listen,
tzitzit
one second.
in his life.
Forget Ben Gurion. Think about the soldiers that did everything they could to plant the flag called the ink flag. Right? They had no flag, and they used their ink to make a flag to plant it up during the war to show that like it doesn't matter what that someone was cynical about it. As far as the people are concerned, it represented something very deep. Now it represents democracy, and if you hold it like it's I don't know.
I just found it hilarious when I saw Yair Lapid talking about an anti-Zionist government. That was just that.
Sack is asking me over here. Explain your just look outside. Obviously, Messiah has not come. Yet you talk about Messiah being the leader of a political movement. So my answer to that would be, yeah, I would want the Messiah to be a leader of a political movement. I believe that's what he's supposed to do. By the way, that doesn't mean he also can be a spiritual figure. We're just not there. And I don't know if you heard, I've said this many times in the last like 2 months, how embarrassed I am in this little corner right now, because I don't think we're being a light unto the nation. I don't think we are being an example. I mean, maybe again, this is, the world, Israel's sort of like a microcosm of the world, where like now you're seeing what happened in America, what's happening in the world in large, happening now in our own political system. So again, we're seeing it like played out in Israel. I've heard this rabbi say this thing once about how, the world collides in Israel, because in Israel you have if you're in America, you have Jews that are living in America, you have Jews that live in England, you have Jews that live in France, all over. In Israel, you have French Jews, American Jews, Sephardic Jews, and when a Sephardic Jew or and like an Ashkenazi Jew are talking, you have cultures meeting and discussing within, behind those scenes. So there is some sort of melting pot that you have over here of like, the whole world in a certain extent, because Jews have been everywhere and have been absorbing cultures from all across the globe over 2,000 years. And we come in a distilled version of that, through the prism of Judaism. And then that gets, again, discussed between different Jews. So you have like sort of the worlds aligning over here. But yeah, we don't have a political figure over here. And this is like,
So
and
Sack says, explain your just look outside. Obviously, the Messiah has not come, yet you talk about Messiah being leader of a political movement. Doesn't Messiah like totally reboot creation? No, the Messiah does not totally reboot creation. And this is one of the things that Christians have a really hard time understanding, the difference between Chezkat Mashiach and Mashiach Vada. So Maimonides very clearly 1,000 years ago explained this difference, which is that there is a difference between somebody who could be presumed to be the Messiah, like Rabbi Akiva thought Bar Kokhba could be the Messiah, and if there's a person who stands up, who's a pious person, who is in fact showing that he is leading the people and the world towards godliness and goodness and all the good things, then he can be presumed to be the Mashiach, and God should help him that he should be the Messiah. And the coming of the Messiah doesn't have to look like a new creation. It doesn't have to look like there's. It doesn't necessarily have to include the dead rising from the cemeteries and walking around Jerusalem and everybody recognizing them. But there are certain things which include that there has to be peace, that there has to be a world like Jeremiah 31 says. There has to be a world in which people no longer are teaching each other to know God because everybody knows God. And since that obviously hasn't happened, it hasn't happened. Go ahead.
I was going to say that, like, reboot creation, it sounds dramatic as if, like, there's, like, from the movies we see today, there's, like, this whole reset. But you could say that since the introduction of social media, there was, like, a reboot towards society in a certain extent of, like, how we do things. So I look at that, there could definitely be major changes in messianic times. Like, if a leader like this comes in and manages to actually create some order, you might have a seemingly reboot of our system. That doesn't mean, like, people switch off and come back and disappear and, like, buildings fall down. It just means, like, you could have a different mindset. Like, just like you have, suddenly postmodernism bubbled up and then, like, sort of, like, obviously it was a slow burning thing, but, like, sort of suddenly washed over society. So, like, that would be, like, in a sense, like a rebooting of a certain to a certain extent. So I think you could still have something like that. I just don't think it's as dramatic as a creation reboot where, the colors go dim or, there's, like, some sort of, like, miraculous change. But hence, I'm being optimistic about it, but maybe out of this crazy issue right now, there's, like, a leader will emerge. That's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to listen to signal. Andrew, what do you think about all this? And Zach, feel free to ask more questions if you have. Andrew has nothing to say. He's also very sad.
I don't know, man.
It's okay, no pressure. We're all waiting on you. We were hoping you were going to be the leader.
I don't know enough Hebrew to try to look this stuff up in modern Hebrew stuff. But are there actual Rabbanim from the Moetzot and, like, Gedolei HaTorah and actually important Roshei Yeshiva who are saying things, or no, everybody's just being quiet?
No, they were saying things. There's been meetings together with government officials to discuss and talk, and, like, they were just explaining how, like, there's pain and they see how the other group is nervous. They keep on trying to explain that. Also, there's this fear of that we're going to push down religion down your throat, and how in the religious community, like, there's nothing the ultra-Orthodox fear more than some other denomination of Judaism saying, like, now you have to do things this way. Because in Judaism, you already have ultra-Orthodox and modern Orthodox, and, like, everyone does their thing and sticks in their lane. And they're not looking to make you do more or make you do less. So, they're saying they're very against that. Obviously, on the policy level, there are things that change and move. But it's almost sort of talking past each other, because they're still talking about Judaism in a certain aspect, and then there's people who look at Judaism as, like, a sort of like a political concept, or just like like.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, like, the Ger Rebbe, like, real Torah leaders. Are anybody speaking like that? Speaking? Has the Yanuka said anything?
I've heard. Let's see, Yanuka. I haven't heard anything on that end, and I heard just rabbis from the National Religious Organization say things.
No, I don't care what the MKs are saying.
Not MKs. I'm saying Rosh Hashiva is, like, the head of institutions in modern Orthodoxy.
Of Mafdal. Okay. I also don't care so much about this.
Okay, one second. Here's a class about it. He's talking all about it. It came out. Oh no, this is a year ago. What? This doesn't make sense. What does he say over here? No.
Sack has a question for you, Andrew. Do the
Okay.
Copts celebrate the Annunciation to the Theotokos? I probably shouldn't say that word because it's blasphemy. This month?
Let me address the blasphemy part first. I want to ask Father Stephen if the reason why we say Theotokos is because it's not O Theotokos. Because the Assyriac Church of the East doesn't say Theotokos. They say Christotokos. And I'm wondering if it's that linguistic difference that's the difference, because I'm a big fan of linguistic differences. That way we can all say kumbaya and we, as for whether we're celebrating the Annunciation, no, I think we're on a different calendar. We're in Lent.
I'm sorry for the. I'm a little ignorant. I'm less aware of Christianese. Theotokos is like something about the mother. No, like
Mother
Yeah,
of
Mother of
God.
Mother
Yeah.
of God.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes, I'm not such an idiot. Let me look this up for a second.
They actually have a word meaning Mother of God.
Theotokos, a single word sums up the meaning of Luke's phrase "Mother of the Lord," and represents a counterpoint to John's teaching of the Word made flesh. Usually, the term is translated to English "Mother of God." Theotokos. Okay. So, what's your problem with this, Andrew?
I don't have a problem with it. I think the Assyriacs have a problem with it. They say Christotokos, not Theotokos. And I think the difference is that we don't say O Theotokos. We'll have to ask Father Stephen DeYoung about that because I have not looked into it at all. One thing I want to ask Father Stephen DeYoung is, does he think we should resolve all these linguistic differences? Can we?
Well, he seems to
Remain-
think that everybody should just learn Greek and Hebrew, and then that would fix everything.
Oh, you're cutting out.
He seems to think everyone should learn Greek and Hebrew, and that will fix everything.
Jacob.
Dun, dun, dun.
What?
You're cutting out. That's what.
I am?
Yeah.
He's fine for
Right.
me.
It's
Oh,
fine
really?
to me. Yeah, you're the one
Uh-oh.
that's not listening. Okay.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
Um,
So you said he thinks that we should all be on the same terminology and whatnot.
We should all learn Hebrew and Greek, and then we won't have these problems.
Okay. Good luck.
And
Good luck.
this is why I teach Hebrew on my channel.
Mhm.
I have noticed half of the problem is the fact that Christianity speaks in tongues.
I mean, the thing is that even within Greek, there's linguistic differences, right? Feces doesn't just mean nature.
So Tim says Tokos means carrier,
Yeah,
God
God bearer.
bearer.
Yep. Mhm.
Arius said Christotokos, and the Orthodox said
No,
Theotokos.
not Arius, Nestorius.
ooh.
This
That's
guy,
why
I'm telling
we
you.
need to do the Greek Bible study. Neutrino says Christotokos makes more sense to me.
By the way, I realized that I'm feeling very. I was sitting at my Shabbat table and someone was saying something. I'm like, oh, this is similar to the story, the letters to Galatians. And they're like, the people at the table
What
are
are
like,
you talking about?
what? And I was like, no, you know what? I'm going to use a Jewish example actually to explain this. But it was funny that I got some eyebrows trying to understand where I was coming from.
You and your Jesus friends, Chezi. Does your wife still
Me.
call me your Jesus friend?
No, she doesn't call me your Jesus friend. But she I don't know, now she there was this tour bus of these Christians by our house. So my wife's like, come on, go out, go talk to them. I don't know, go give them hugs, go hang out.
Did I
Like,
tell you what
invite-
happened?
Yeah,
So
yeah, go ahead.
in Los Angeles, I was at one of these Sfarim stores, and it's this tiny Jewish bookstore, right? Absolutely tiny. I'm just standing. I'm in there looking at this Sfarim, and a tour bus of Japanese or Korean tourists stops in front, and they all get out and they all come into this tiny Sfarim store, right? And they're taking pictures of the Jews in their natural habitats. It was hilarious.
They're talking to you as you're there. Now, if you look carefully, you could see the Jew is in study. Watch him as he sees us seeing him. Okay. Okay, so it's a nice experience.
Yep.
And
As the one
and-
Asian guy, I'd
Yeah.
like to say I'm sorry.
have you ever been to Israel, Andrew?
No, afraid not.
Is that something you'd want to do?
I mean, heck, if I don't know if I had a reason to be there. Well, I guess on pilgrimage. I don't know.
Where would you want to go if you were there?
In Jerusalem?
Hmm.
I don't know.
Well, in
Probably
Israel.
In Israel?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, Jerusalem's the big, kahuna. Ain't it?
I'm saying, so what to you would be like inspiring to be in? Like, I'm saying, you're in Jerusalem right now. Are you like, I want to go see what? The Valley of the Cross? Like, what would be important for you to see?
I mean, I haven't looked at it at all. So, like, I'm just going to give you the generic answer of, where all the reliquaries are.
Armageddon, the Golgotha. Do you want to see the Sea of Galilee? See if you can walk on the water.
I do not think I would walk on water. I think I'd sink.
I think you would sink too.
You think you would see?
I have seen many people try to walk on the Sea of Galilee and fail.
Mhm.
I know what I did. I made a mistake I did. Okay, so that's on that end that's going well. How's school going? Well, you said you finished your tests already, right? Now you're just chilling.
Mhm. Yeah, I finished my last paper just a moment ago. That's why I popped off for a bit. As for like where I'd go, you know how like you become transformed, right? When you become more virtuous and you study all this stuff and you fast and you pray and whatnot.
That's what they say.
Yep. I think I should become a Christian before I decide where to go on pilgrimage.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to
One step at a
proselytize.
Well, he
at all,
hasn't
right?
been baptized yet.
Yeah.
You have to realize he's just a catechumen.
Yeah. I'm a little baby.
When you hear in the last, I don't know how long you've been listening to, Jacob, his channel, watching things of that nature. What do you think? What are your thoughts on Judaism now, between now and last year?
Between now and last year?
I mean, between now and since you got
into all this
involved
stuff.
in this little corner, it's
Yeah,
interesting to me how Christians see Judaism, and what Jacob's channel, what effect does that have?
I took him to
Mhm.
synagogue with me twice.
Yeah.
I know, so I guess the effect is not so bad.
Yep.
No, it was a reform synagogue. I only took him there so he could laugh at them.
I grew up Protestant, I went to you could say a mega church, but I went to a Lutheran high school, and you can.
God have mercy.
Yep. They are reverent in their attitude, if not in their theology, you can say. So it wasn't like all horrible. You could say Lutheranism showed me that there are Christians out there trying to piece this all together, like make logical systems of all this stuff and have like an interconnected theology. if I didn't go to a Lutheran school, I'd just be one of those cultural Christians without a culture, basically. I'd say a Christian, but if I was pressed, oof, you know. So Judaism wasn't really on my mind at all, even when I was going to Lutheran school, because I don't know, I was just so busy I didn't think about this stuff very much. It's only when like Jordan
Why
Peterson,
think of yeah?
it's only when Jordan Peterson and whatnot started appearing on the scene that I started getting into this stuff. And it's pretty much only now that I'm exploring Orthodoxy that I'm interested in any of this stuff. As for my thoughts on Judaism now, I think it's very good to have conversation partners that speak the same language. And I know we're not all the way there in speaking the same language, but we do have, you know, somewhat of a foundation. I can talk with you guys about some stuff that I can't talk to a Buddhist about, you know? So I know there's a lot of work to be done, especially on my side, because, you know, I'm this idiot who hasn't even been through catechumenate, but yeah, there's promise, hopefully.
But first of all, thank you for explaining that. I guess I'm asking, like, what do you like when you hear Jacob and I talk? Are you thinking like these silly people? Like what do you think of our understanding when we're looking at the Bible? Like I'll give an example. When I hear Jonathan Peugeot speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, there's wisdom over here. I see him as like peeling off layers and showing me. Now, it helps me that a lot of what he says like correlates with what my sages say as well. But I look at that and like Maimonides has this, he's like, accept the truth from whoever says it, right? So like, it doesn't matter to me if it's the Pope, if it's a rabbi, if it's my child. Like, as long as I identify truth, it gets accepted, it gets integrated. So like when you hear Jacob and I speak about concepts like this, are you thinking like, well, these are Jewish views of the topic? Or are you like, no, this sounds like this resonates, or this sounds true, or I could appreciate their biblical interpretation? Is there anything that you think about that thing? Like, does their interpretation carry any weight? Is it divine in any perspective? Or is it just like, that's their attitude, but like I keep to my scripts? Does that make sense?
You ask very hard questions, Chazi, and you expect people who have never heard these questions to be able to answer you.
I hear that. I'm not a very good like small talker.
We've noticed.
So, music, huh? I love beats. Very cool. Yeah. I don't know. Questions are good. Oh, I'm telling you, this is horrible. This political situation is just, it's draining me.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were too busy dealing with this stuff to even come on.
I haven't even spoken, like I'm saying, I'm on like this Voxer thing. I haven't like really spoken on that either. And I also saw on the Discord, like this whole back and forth with you and him. I'm like, I just can't, like, I can't get into this. Like, it's just.
I forget. I forget Schlieff's real name. It's, I think, Gidon. What's his name again?
Yeah, who is Schlief?
Lagging the heck out. Let me type that in chat.
His real name is Gilad. Gilad, he's Israeli. He lives in Tel Aviv.
Oh,
and he comes.
Sherry's here. Hey, Sherry.
Sherry is here. You should jump on, Sherry. Although it's
Sherry.
getting kind of late.
Yes, and truth is
Hello.
truth. It's a little sad because there's two versions of Maimonides. There's Maimonides at 28, finishing writing his Codex, which is like beyond impressive. It's actually very depressing for me because I don't know, maybe like I tied my shoes or something. But like he flipping wrote this insane literature. And then there is Maimonides, like in his late 40s when he writes the Guide to the Perplexed, the Moreh. In the guide, he is a lot more open with his
In my
theolog-
circles, we do not go exactly according to the guide, but go ahead.
Correct, because the guide came basically the guide was a lot more controversial, and people feel it's very difficult for Jews that like like Jacob said in his crowd, because Maimonides is a powerhouse. He is the great eagle, and like it's very hard to not accept him as an authority. However, his philosophical understandings, which led to to potential heresy, were sort of pushed to the side, and in some cases censored and even burnt. However, his original work, his religious codex, there he says it briefly that he has looked at the other worldly knowledge, and he accepts truth as truth from whoever says it. Now, that is him smuggling in Aristotle, philosophy, and all those things. Just he doesn't write the name Aristotle, so it was received sort of without too many hiccups. But ultimately speaking, whether Jews like it or not, we've immersed ourselves with the Greeks in many different ways. So we've accepted truth from many different places, and hence when I hear Father DeYoung, or even when I hear Paul, hence I'm also very connected to Paul, because I hear a lot of truth in the things he says.
Paul Van der Clay, not Paul of Tarsus.
Paul Randall Clay, yeah, not Paul of Tarsus, correct. Can I join without a camera? I think your answer is yes.
Yeah,
he let me in.
Yeah.
All right, brother. I'm here, and you also gave us here. I hate to imagine a world where Jews didn't keep the Torah and share it with us Gentiles. Yeah, I guess that would be. I mean, there would be a lot of ramifications to that, obviously, but.
And that's just the historical perspective. And for me personally, a lot of it is the Jewish perspective that I'm unfamiliar with. But also, I mean, both you and Jacob know Torah and the Bible way better than I do. So, I mean, there's just that educational experience. I hate to see what's going on in Israel right now, but what you said before about it being a microcosm, I think that resonates a lot with me, because I'm ignorant to so much over there. I hate to make too many analogies, but we're dealing with a lot of the same issues in the U.S., I think.
That's the thing, and when Yosef pointed it out, I mean, he's absolutely right, and I was surprised that so many of the commentators on Twitter, certainly from the right, understood how similar this is to what's going on in other countries. Now, I wish Israel had more of a religious background so that it wouldn't be exactly the same thing. But I think it's very similar in a lot of ways to what happens between left and right in the rest of the world, which is the supposed left isn't actually left at all. They're very, very they are the establishment, and they don't like the fact that the conservatives are restless and winning elections, which is changing policy in ways they don't like, and they're becoming more and more authoritarian in their tactics. And I think that's precisely what's happening in Israel, and I think that's what's happening in the United States. And I mean, this is just like Brexit. This is exactly like Brexit. The right in Israel won an election. The left doesn't like it, so they are going to do everything they can to thwart democracy. and it's working.
It's a big problem that I really have no idea. I certainly don't see a fix, or it's something I struggle with a lot.
Now it looks like Netanyahu is gonna decide that it looks like Bibi's gonna stop the. I just see this right now. It looks like he's gonna stop the legislation.
What does it say?
It says it looks like Netanyahu is going to declare very shortly that he's stopping the legislation. The discussions in the forum have come to an end. The forum, like Simcha Rotman, the guy heading the commission, left the room, and everyone was clapping, saying the incident is over and there is a God. I mean, like, I mean, I'm hanging on to the small things. When Bibi was giving his speech, and forget that it's Bibi. I'm also looking at this that video he said of that guy, the protester, taking off his helmet and crying. So Bibi said while he's talking and says Be'ezrat Hashem XYZ, as in with the help of God. I guess that's what gives me hope. Like the fact that that's still being used, as like it's a frame. And I understand like secular, like I understand like I don't know if Biden uses that term really, like when he gives like speeches, like with God's help.
Oh,
like,
he talks about God all the time.
He does? Okay.
Yeah, he
Good.
claims to be a Roman Catholic. He goes to church every single Sunday.
No, I know that's fine. Does he talk about that publicly?
Yeah, well, it's the only.
Will he
reason,
say?
The only reason he pretends to be a Catholic is so that he gets votes. Hello, Nechama. You want to jump in?
Biden name drops God. He never gives a sermon or anything. That's for sure.
How religious is Israel? So it's a good question because you have. I would say it's fairly traditional, and within the traditional, within the secular groups, it has to be split between European secular Jews and Sephardic secular Jews, and Sephardic secular Jews are more traditional. So
you have the lines between the religious, the cultural lines between the religious and the secular in Israel are very, very strong. Kind of like the type of borders that there are, for example, between the Amish or let's say kind of like the Mormons and the rest. Like there are strong religious lines that divide Israeli society. Nechama says maybe later her brain is still waking up.
9 o'clock. The day's almost over, Nechama.
My brain doesn't start working until 10 a.m. If I wake up at 8, it takes me about 2 hours for my brain to start working.
Did it sound like Bibi was pausing that law, or
That's
not? I mean, not like Saturday night. He came out saying like we're moving forward full steam, and like I'm also going to like you. He's like, don't worry, we're also going to enshrine in the law that all the minorities are protected, so you have nothing to be concerned about. And then I think people still got intense. Then he fired his security minister. And then last night, like the second after he fired his security minister, just thousands of people just swarmed the streets all over Israel to start protesting. And now, seemingly, he's saying that it's a wrap.
I'm trying to find anything on it in English, and I can't find anything.
Okay, now a new thing that comes out says even though the reports are saying they're stopping, the guy that's running the commission saying we're not stopping. And he says, with the help of God, Be'ezrat Hashem, we will pass this. So even that, just seeing that in the news as a sentence is like, I guess that's like the only hope I'm looking at is like with the help of God. Like I hope.
Financial Times says Israel president calls. Who's the Nasi right now? Who's the president?
Bougie Herzog.
Bougie Herzog. He sounds very bougie.
He says we're gonna continue moving. He's like the people are gonna see you. He's talking to the courts. He's gonna see the fact that you're acting like a bully. That there's never been an example like
Herzog
this.
speaking?
No. This is Rotman, the MK that's in charge of this committee. The people in your eyes is a code name for your voters. People that think and speak and look like you. You guys completely lost connection to the people, and you've lost your right to speak in the name of the people. That's what his response is. And now it says the whole now they keep he's from the code. They're saying right now, we will not, there will be no compromise. There will be no compromise, and we're gonna just hold the city hostage until this stops.
Does Israel have riot police?
Of course,
Yeah,
but like
the
I was telling Jacob, like it's
yeah.
2023. That's over. You're not going to be knocking people in their skull. You're not going to be.
They're not able to cut. They're not able to clear the. And it's not like, I mean, they're blocking traffic. Even in the United States, we wouldn't be able to clear.
Forget blocking traffic. The highway was closed. The main artery of Israel was closed for 9 hours. That's it. Like I'm saying, it's called losing control. And what's really scary is that, if there is, because Israel, which it always seems to be forgetting, there are always everyone else that's trying to kill us. So, like, if there is a war right now, or there's a terror attack, who are the police listening to right now? Who is the army listening to?
That's
Yes.
what I'm saying.
Correct. So that's like the big issue, because right now, he's firing his minister of his defense minister, because he's saying you've lost control of what you're in charge of, which is the army.
Honestly, I don't know why Hamas isn't stepping up rocket attacks right now.
Why? Because they're waiting for us to continue doing damage to ourselves, and there are debates within the Arab community what to do right now. Like, should we attack them while they're weak, or should we wait till they're weaker to attack? Like, let them do all this like self-crumbling right now. We don't have to do any of this work right now. But for example, I don't even want to say it online because it will give ideas. Forget it. But like,
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you don't have to say it.
Some caution is warranted in this conversation, I think.
oh man,
As unfortunate as that is, that's the world we live in. I know when the Canadian farmers blocked the main bridge between Detroit and Windsor, Canada, they let it go on for 2, maybe 3 days, and then they
BB
made
could
that clear.
BB could pull a Trudeau and freeze everybody's bank accounts.
That
I mean, so okay, you had that kind of move, right? When which president was this that fired all the pilots, all the air traffic controllers?
Reagan. Yes.
Reagan.
Reagan. Right? Okay, so like that was a baller move back in the day. Like I just like today with social media, the problem is today with social media is like, let's say you did that. Immediately there's pictures of the pilot's son that can't eat. And then it's like I can't do anything. Like if it immediately becomes like, now there's people on the streets. Now my kid won't get it. So like, yes, you're right. So I can't fire you. I can't. So you can't do anything. Everything is
you're making propaganda for the other by doing anything with it. Somebody's gonna film it. Somebody's gonna cut it and say this is what's going on. This is terrible.
But you've lost control if it's illegal to. Like you could protest, but you can't disrupt the economy and like the people. If the protests are called every day, the disturbance event, shutting down the country event, and then you lost because like that's illegal, but you're letting it happen. So, and my bigger concern again is like sort of a pendulum swing, right? Like they're gonna stop it.
Honestly, the only thing you can do to this is have counter protests.
Yeah, they did that. It's called the elections. 2.5 million people voted for someone.
Right, but you know what? Now those people need to come out in the streets and be like, "Hello, we voted," and that's going to take Likud and United Torah Judaism and Shas and everybody else being like, "Oh, you want protests? You want to do this in the streets? I guess we're going to do this in the streets."
Excuse me one moment, please.
You are excused for 1 moment. Neutrino, where are you from?
I'm from Indiana.
Indiana.
alright.
You're a Hoosier.
Yes, sir.
My dad's from Indiana.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm from northeastern Fort Wayne area. If that
No way. My dad's from Fort Wayne.
really?
Yeah, legit.
That's
Holy
funny.
heck.
You're not Andrew's dad, are you?
Not that I'm aware of. So, Andrew, you're mechanical engineering. Is that what you said?
Chemical.
Chemical.
Much more
That's right.
boring.
But you mentioned that you were thinking about material.
Yep.
To me, a lot of that engineering's engineering, and that a lot of people just want that a engineering degree more than a specific engineering degree, unless you're gonna go hardcore in that field. Okay. Yeah, I don't know your parents, but I think there's a little bit of wiggle room in what engineering I would assume. Maybe not.
Yeah. The real kicker of it is that like next quarter I start Chem E specific classes, and so it's kind of a bit suboptimal to whatever switch now. So
Bit of a Rubicon there.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a couple more years, and then you can make that degree whatever you want it to mean to you, and do what you want with it. There's lots of possibilities with an engineering degree that aren't so restricted to just chemical engineering.
I believe in you, Andrew.
thanks.
Yeah, I mean, like, my brother and I were talking about this. How, I mean, I think I'm screwed, but like he might have made the cutoff. Just how, like, you know, I don't think he's gonna have to learn how to code. But like, I don't know how my son would avoid that. And like, you know, to stay relevant, and like, I'm thinking about myself, like, am I down to like learn a whole new language right now? Is it relevant? Or
honestly, we're getting to a point, I think, that that actually coding is going to become less and less.
That's true, because ChatGPT could already do that. So
Yep.
By the way, I just want to say, I've been having like a blast feeding it my.
Sherry's going to bed. She says she's sorry things are so tense in Israel, Fezzi.
Sherry, thank you. And I've been enjoying your Imagination series on Grail Country, and I always like chiming in a little, and I'm sorry I've been silent. Just this is occupying a lot of my mind and causing a lot of internal turmoil, so sorry I haven't joined, but keep on keeping on. Jacob.
Yes.
I was
You
saying
call me
that.
Yaakov.
Yeah, I've been feeding ChatGPT my words of Torah, my Divrei Torah, and it's been fascinating.
In Hebrew or in English?
No, in English, but then I tell it like, here I add this thing for Rav Kook, and now I'm saying like, what does Carl Jung think about that? Like, you know, add Carl Jung in here. Add, like, it's amazing. It's incredible.
Okay.
It's scary.
I don't know if it's scary.
Necromancy.
It's all it's doing is trying to figure out what you want to hear.
A good, good words of Torah. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
And that's what kind of scares me with it is it's less what I'm scared of it. I'm more scared of how I receive it.
I don't think God's talking to me. I just think like it's a super impressive tool, and I just think that like again, like we're only scratching the surface of like the ramifications.
It's all patterns and extrapolation. I think Sam put it best when he said ChatGPT is just a really good Scrabble player, or a Wheel of Fortune player.
I know, but we don't have to go. We don't have to go deep into this conversation. But it's less about AI, achieving consciousness. It's AI achieving a state where we think it's smarter than us. That's it. It doesn't need to reach this level that we like. How would we even know? You understand, like how more advanced it is from us. It just needs to make us think that that's what it's doing, and then that's what it would be doing. Like as far as we're concerned.
I used to tinker with Linux quite a bit back in the day, and there were lots of times that I'd find a message board, copy paste a lot of that code without understanding what that code was really doing, and just plugging it in. And that is a learning process to fumble your way through that and figure out why that didn't work. And if everything's just given to me and everything works right, I'm not going to really dig in that much on some of that stuff. I know I won't. But at the same time, I can't code a whole lot. I'm not that good of a coder, so I could definitely be a lot better coder with ChatGPT, hands down.
I mean,
Bougie Herzog is so establishment. He's nephew of Abba Ibn. He was leader of labor. He's so establishment left.
Well, he came out with his first version of like the compromise was actually got a lot of support. And the right wing said that like it's basically like at a 90% agreement. They had like two different think tanks like talk together, left and right. And then when he actually came out with the official compromise, it was completely different from what they discussed, and it was like a lot more basically left leaning. And that was obviously dropped. Look at this whole stream. We're talking about this nonsense, not talking about any beautiful, real, true depth of God and his beautiful wisdom. Such a waste and so sad.
Well, you're dealing with a lot right now, Hezzy. I don't see anything wrong with trying to process some of that. You got to.
I know, but I'm sad. I'm sitting by my grandfather on Shabbat, and I'm just like sad because a month ago,
What
I was like,
your grandfather say?
Well, he's very mad about the intimidation tactics. He's very upset about all this. He says we're being like hijacked. He's very, very upset about it. But I'm upset because like you're almost 100, and I wanted you to go off on a high note, looking at when you're born in like 22, the world is a completely different place. And now you are looking at for him, the prophetic times presented themselves multiple times from 48 to 67 to him moving to Israel to and that includes losing a granddaughter and losing a son-in-law in terror attacks. All that as far as he's concerned is part of the divine promise of why we're here. And it was very important for him. I mean, this is gonna sound dramatic, but he's always had these dramatic things of when 6 Day War, telling his whole congregation Mother Rachel is calling and we're leaving, and telling when my uncle unfortunately and my cousin were killed, there was 10,000 people at the funeral, and they they broadcast his eulogy in English, like on national, like on the news, like nationally. And there he was talking about how he's like, my family came over here, and for years we're walking through like the raindrops, but now like he's like it was a matter of time before God would request like us also shed some blood for this, and like this is like this also happened to our family, but this is part of like building the land and being over here and establishing it. So I'm sad that he has to see this now, that he has to see, it's scary. It looks like it's crumbling. But again, we try to be optimistic. We try to still see that this is still miraculous. We live in miraculous times. So I'm trying to be optimistic, and I still have hope. I still have hope. I don't know. I'm going to like a kumbaya story, but I think about during Corona, there was a patient that was dying, a Jewish patient, and the Arab nurse, saw that the family wasn't going to make it. He called them and said like, and they said like, we're not making it. And he was talking to the guy, and the guy was like scared, and he was alone. And the Arab nurse said, he's like, let me hold your hand and I'll say Shema with you. And like he said the Shema with him before the guy passed out. Ugh, I'm tearing up right now. But and I know this is not like Arab against like Jews right now, but I don't know. I just want more of that. I just like, I feel like that's like what's like underneath, and fighting on such nonsense. Yeah.
It saddens me that people can't rely, or from my perspective, the U.S. is not as reliable as it once was in some of this.
Oh, no, for sure. I mean, in the whole world, America is a flipping joke right now.
I still like to be able to make the assumption that Israel's not alone.
Yeah, I don't think Israel's. I mean, you're saying Israel's not alone. Like Ukraine, like wasn't alone. Like Afghanistan, like like you could see on the ground,
those examples don't necessarily inspire warm fuzziness with me, but yes.
What's the terminology in English, Jacob? What's the translation? Am levadad yishkon.
A nation that dwells alone.
A nation that dwells, bagoim lo yitchashav, right, and will not take the other nations into consideration.
Will not be accounted as one of them. Yeah.
And I don't think that's true forever. I just think like,
is that
I'm used to that.
Bagoim lo yitchashav.
Am levadad yishkon bagoim lo yitchashav. On that note, gentlemen, I'm sorry that this was a depressing stream. Keep on keeping on. Speak truth to power. Believe in yourself. And study hard, and ask God for guidance.
Thanks for talking, Hezi.
Later.
Take care, Hezi.
Just looking at the news, and the latest news is the Knesset is voting and pushing through the bill, which people are protesting.
Little smoke and mirror action.
I don't know. I mean, it's like they can pass it, and then they're really daring the people who are threatening to not fly the planes and stuff. Will they actually pull through with their threats? Probably not. But yeah, I mean, I think the actual members of Knesset are like, go away. I'm not going. We won the election, and we're not going to listen to. We don't care how many people you have on the streets. That appears to be what they're saying. Andrew, stop with the mukbang.
Oh, I thought it was muted. I'm sorry. Earlier, Hezi asked me like what my thoughts on the Israel situation is, and it's probably because like I don't know, I'm an outsider, right? It's always good to have the outside perspective. I'd like for there to be stability in Jerusalem, you know?
Pray for the peace of Jerusalem.
Yep.
Amen.
And to that end, you know, I'm not opposed to a secular state in Jerusalem. I
am opposed to the secular state claiming to be a Jewish state. That's what bothers me. They claim to be a Jewish state, and then they're very, very secular when it comes down to it.
In some ways, they're stealing from the U.S.'s playbook.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely politicians in the United States who claim to be religious, and it's all bullshit. But what bothers me, and that's why I had it on my, like, this guy. Here, I'll pull it up again. This ambassador to the United States who resigned. Like, this guy is resigning because he is opposed to Israel. So one of the big to-dos is over whether people can bring bread to hospitals on Passover, right? And this is a major thing where, like, the secular people are like, no, our rights to have bread on Passover is important, right? And so this guy who is resigning because he wants to have bread on Passover is like, this is his resignation letter. And second to the last paragraph, working alongside such dedicated and passionate individuals who share my love for Israel and the Jewish people has been an honor. My time here reminded me of the tremendous potential of Israel and the Jewish people worldwide. We are a unique community bound together by our shared history, commitment to tikkun olam, justice and compassion, and deep belief in the power of hope and determination. Yeah? So how about you give up the bread on Passover?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like trying to have their cake and eat it too.
Yes, exactly. On Passover. It's like, really, you have to have your freedom to eat bread on Passover in public buildings, like in hospitals. That's important enough to you that you need to resign. That's the type of stuff that pisses me off. Can you tell?
Understandably so.
Speaking as somebody who eats bread on Passover. But at least I'm ashamed of it. No, my situation is weird. Honestly, I spent a good 10 years trying very, very hard to keep things and for many reasons it didn't. It's just not the type of life that I can live, but it's not because I don't love that life and don't appreciate it. It's because I have other priorities, and for some reason, God doesn't seem very convinced there's any necessity for me to keep kosher.
The Protestant perspective is that we all have our own path we must walk. So
Yeah.
had to work that in a little bit.
I don't know. Have you been watching Paul's Romans stuff?
I didn't watch the one today, but I'm up until today I was caught up.
So last week, because I've been for weeks, I've been like, I can't wait for you to try to explain Romans 7. I can't wait for you to try to explain Romans 7. And he gets to Romans 7 and he doesn't explain it at all. And he's like, I don't even understand what you're talking about. So I sent him this quote today with my interpretation. Here, let me bigger. Put it up on screen so you guys can see it. Okay, so this is from Bible.org, and this guy spends a lot of time talking about how he was hoping that the Messiah would come before he had to try to explain Romans 7. And he says, Paul's analogy is rather confusing if you try to make it say more than he intends. In 7:2 through 3, the woman's husband dies so that she is free to remarry. But in the application, 7:4, it is not the husband that dies, but rather the wife dies to the law through Christ. By implication, she is raised from the dead so that she can marry Christ, who died and was raised from the dead. But Paul does not intend this to be a tight allegory where one thing consistently represents another. Rather, he's making the main point that by being identified with Christ in his death and resurrection, we died to the law so that we're legally free to be joined to Christ. And it's like, oh, and this was my interpretation, my very kind interpretation of his words to Paul Vanderklay. Just don't read it too carefully. Paul wasn't writing anything you want to pay too much attention to. It's not like it's scripture or anything.
Yep. Paul's an interesting character.
No,
He's
an interesting character, but don't tell me he's a Pharisee. Don't tell me he was a student of Gamaliel. Hello, Krish. How are you doing? How are your parents? How are things? Krish is also in college and like studying things he doesn't like, I think, if I remember correctly. But like it's like, okay, this is like the first time I read Romans 7, I couldn't even get through it because it was just so upsetting.
He wasn't talking to the Greeks who were godless pagans.
But he says, I am talking to those who know the law. That's what he actually says in Romans 7. So this is the thing. Okay, so here, let's pull up Romans 7 so we can all laugh at Paul being bad at Talmud. Okay, so Paul trying to be Talmudic. Know ye not, brethren, for I speak to them that know the law, how the law hath dominion over a man as long as he liveth. For a woman which hath an husband is bound by the law to her husband as long as he liveth. But if the husband be dead, she is loosed from the law of her husband. So then, if while her husband liveth, she be married to another man, she shall be called an adulteress. But if her husband be dead, she is free from that law, so that she is no adulteress, though she be married to another man. Wherefore, my brethren, ye also are become dead to the law by the body of Christ, that ye should be married to another, that ye should be married to another. Let me read it a third time. That ye should be married to another, even to him who is raised from the dead, that we should bring forth fruit unto God. So
basically this is Marcion. Yeah, Paul misquotes verses a lot, and he's a liar. He's saying, like, this is Marcion. The old God, the God of the Old Testament is dead, and we have a new God. He's a polytheist. It's very clear. But for 2,000 years, Christians have been trying to read him in a way that, like, he's not a polytheist. And it's like, I'm trying really hard to, like, hear what Father Stephen has to say. But, like, go ahead, Paul Vanderklay. Explain to me Romans 7. Who's this wife? Who's the first husband? Who's the second husband? And what exactly is this analogy that Paul is making, which is very obviously trying to sound Talmudic. And if you were a 9-year-old in 3rd grade Talmud class, you would get an F. But that's my rant about about Romans 7.
And
Can
I
you
think
tell it gets me worked up?
well, yes, and I think because in a lot of ways that probably gets at the heart of some of your views on Christianity, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, so this is the thing. So before 3 years ago, my view towards Christianity was that Christians must know their religion far better than anything I could even get close to, right? And
Okay.
and so when a Christian would tell me that Jesus said he was God, I was like, okay, so Jesus said he was God. And frankly, I think that's what the Talmud, like, there are places in the Talmud where it seems to be just being like, this is what the Christians said, right? And so we basically took Christians at their word that Jesus was saying what he was saying. Now, what happened to me like 3 years ago was being involved in the Jordan Peterson community, where a lot of Christians were struggling with their religion and they were trying to understand Jesus and, like, the beginnings of Christianity. And so they started asking me what Jesus meant in certain places. And that was the first time that, as opposed to listening to Christians explain what Jesus was saying, I started reading the Gospels, trying to understand what Jesus was saying. And I came to the same conclusion that James Tabor puts in a very beautiful analogy. He says, you can see the true Jesus underneath the gospel, like you can see rocks beneath a river, right? The water of a river. You can see the rocks gleaming. And what I say is, it's like somebody took a very learned rabbi, like took my Bible and drew all over it with a bunch of crayon. And yeah, I see the crayon, but like there's actual Judaism behind the crayon, right? There's a masterpiece, there's an oil masterpiece, and then there's a bunch of crayon. I'll give you my example of the crayon.
But if you're trying to convert heathens, you can't build that foundation that you've spent all that time and effort on, and then build on messianic teachings on top of it. That it's a shortcut in a lot of ways.
Well, okay, so this is what especially the dispensationalist Christians will say. Where were we?
And I'm probably the bad, not the best of people to be arguing for Christians.
What denomination? What flavor of Christian are you?
I grew up Methodist.
Methodist. So you are Reformed. Is that correct?
Yes, but I started asking a lot of these questions around the age of 20. I'm 42 now, and I haven't really gone to church much the past 20 years. So there's
I
that.
see. Why am I not finding this? This is Mark 7:19. Why is this not working?
And for me personally, I'm trying to kind of look back and, okay, was I, in some ways I feel that was just childness and stubbornness for me not to really be going to church much the past 20 years. But at the same times, I have views that aren't overly compatible when drilled down to specifics, if that makes any sense.
I think I kind of sort of understand. Why is this Mark 7:19 different from this Mark 7:19? I'm confused.
Uh-oh.
Okay, what I am
Tell
going
me.
to do is just go with the NIV 7:19.
No.
Okay.
Jacob, the NIV is not a good translation. It's not.
Okay, we will after, but this is my example. You see in parentheses there. In saying this, Jesus declared all foods clean.
Yeah. Mhm.
Right? And
Yep.
it's like, I mean, I don't know if this is not in the. I mean, the New King James says, and is thus purifying all food, and what the King James? What does the King James say? King James, and go purging all meats. I mean, I don't know the Greek. But like, katharizon panta ta bromata, purifying all the food, is apparently what the Greek says. Like, this, as far as I'm concerned, is crayon. That's like, you're adding words, and I have lots of Charlie really loves the NIV non-inspired version, he calls it. Richard, aren't you supposed to be in Sacramento?
No, I just drove back today.
You just drove back from Sacramento, so you were in Sacramento this morning.
Yes, I was this afternoon, in fact.
This afternoon. And you were there while Paul was giving that horrible exegesis on Romans 7.
No, it focused on other things, Jacob. Things that were more relevant to his students, is what I would say.
He's been on Romans 7 for 2 hours now, and he still has not been able to answer the question. Who's the wife? Who's the first husband? Who's the second husband?
It's because nothing's clear once you start mixing Greek in with stuff.
Yeah, I know. I like the interpretation you put up, and that was
The interpretation I put up being, don't pay too much attention. Why are you paying so much attention?
No,
it's like this is not scripture.
Jacob,
we don't have to worry about interpreting.
Jacob, it wasn't. Don't pay much attention. and Paul was sort of moving in this direction. He was sort of saying the general theme of the first section, so verses like 1 through 4, I think, the general theme applies to the second section, right? And so I think that works.
Jamie says, I thought sin was the first husband, Christ was the second husband.
No, but it doesn't work with the deaths. And like,
none of it works. The only way you can make it work is if you're a polytheist.
No, okay. Well, I don't get. So I don't get where you're pulling the polytheism, because
It's Marcion. That's the easy understanding of what Paul is saying. He's Marcion. The old God dies, and you marry a different God.
But the old God isn't dying. If anything's dying, the law is dying, and the law is not God.
The law is the marriage. The marriage to whom? So that you can marry another, right?
No,
Yeah,
no, we had an annulment and then
no.
a new marriage.
No, so I think Paul's critique would be that they were married to the law, and not through the law to the Creator.
Okay, I have to say, for 2,000 years, Christians have been trying to find a way of explaining these 4 lines of Paul, and they have failed
Yep.
for 2,000 years, and it still isn't obvious to them that Paul was just a charlatan. He was just a con man trying to pass himself off as somebody who knew Talmud, and he didn't, unlike Jesus.
I
True.
don't think that's very fair, but
Maybe. I think you could also say maybe Paul was a second-rate teacher. There's hierarchies of teachers.
A 9-year-old in a 3rd grade Talmud class would get an F on this.
But what if I'm a Christian and say that Jews have 10 gods, not 9, 10 gods, not 11?
Christians have been saying this for a very long time.
And is that a fair interpretation?
If you're talking about the hypostases, then if you believe that the hypostases are gods, it's. I mean, this is why I say to Father Stephen, like the 3 thing. My problem with the 3 thing is you're hung up on the number 3. Like being hung up on the number 3. That's the problem with the like the one and the many.
Yep.
But this is a question of whether or not Paul actually was a student of Gamaliel. And I cannot imagine somebody who is this bad at making a hekesh, at making a kal v'chomer, at trying to make an explanation of how one law, and he says, I am speaking to those who, like, I'm sorry, the guy's just incompetent.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I will have to think about this more. Although, so the reason why I came on was because you brought up Mark 7:19, which complicates something I'm working on. So this is my question: is if you were just to look at Luke Acts, specifically Acts, do you think that like explicitly endorses the same idea of all foods are clean?
No, not at all. No.
Yeah,
I think if you're paying attention to Acts, paying attention to Acts, it becomes very clear that Jesus did not make all foods clean.
Yeah.
So this idea that all foods became clean is obviously a later Christian invention that was inserted into the Gospels.
Yeah, I agree. And like rereading Acts, like Christians read Peter's vision and just assume, oh, that means Acts, but then they don't do that at all. That's not how they respond. Like, you'd think that if that was the conclusion, that they would be like including that in the letter that they send out to the diaspora, and that it would come up.
It's beyond that. It's beyond that. Let's say Peter did have that vision. That means that after the crucifixion, he was still keeping kosher
Yep.
because
Yep.
the vision is
Yep.
definitely after the crucifixion,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Well, and then so I think what Peter took that to, Peter applied that to the Gentile visitors. He did apply it
Right.
to food.
Yes. Yeah. He did
Uh,
not. Yes. Exactly. Yes. And
And
this
yeah.
is this is where Tabor and people who are serious about reconstructing a Christianity as was taught by Jesus, not by Paul, are. That's why we have Neo-Ebionism. Charlie, it's 2 a.m. Why are you still awake? Why are you outside?
Just normal college stuff, you know.
Oh yeah.
If you're having booty calls at 2 a.m., you should not be coming on my channel bragging about it, Charlie.
Oh my god.
Quite the opposite, sir. I need my car to get to church tomorrow in the afternoon, but I tried to drive it today and it wouldn't start because it's been sitting in the cold for a month. So I just spent about an hour and a half calling a free university thing to get somebody to come jump my car, and then sitting in it, and then getting gas, and I'm finally walking the 15 minutes back to my dorm. So
Okay.
So it's a church booty call.
yeah, in the afternoon with a middle-aged man. It's very bizarre.
Oh my. Oh, sorry. Just one more thing. I'd be interested to look at the Mark manuscripts and see if that was a later edition. 'Cause I feel like it could be. Maybe not.
Well, even the NIV usually is the one that's taking later editions out.
No.
Yeah, it's like,
Right.
and is so I don't know if you guys saw the discussion about Psalm 145 on my Discord server today.
No, I didn't.
So the Dead Sea Scrolls. So Psalm 145 is an acrostic, okay, which means that there is a verse for each letter of the Hebrew alphabet. But it's missing a particular letter, the letter Nun. And the Talmud from 1500 years ago talks about how it's missing that letter Nun and it means something, right?
Okay.
And we won't get into the reason why it's missing the Nun, but it's a beautiful reason that the Talmud gives. And for thousands of years, Jews have been like, yeah, that psalm does not have does not have that verse.
Okay.
Now, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, one of the scrolls had a version of Psalm 145, which had that letter added in.
Okay.
But it was obvious that the wording was not the original wording. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So what the NIV and the RSV have done is they've fixed up that verse so that it does look like the other verses of that psalm and inserted it.
Huh. But do they give a citation or
Yeah.
not even? They do. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Well,
so here,
At
we
least
can
they
pull
do
it up.
that.
Psalm 145:13.
Well, so like at least they cite it because there are some things that like translations don't cite, and I'm like, please, like, give me the information there.
Well, let's see what the RSV says because the RSV. So 145:13. So they say, The Lord is faithful in all his words and gracious in all his deeds. Notice they changed God to the Lord because that's the only way it makes sense, but that's not what that script they have is. These two lines are supplied by one Hebrew manuscript, Greek and Syriac.
Oh, it's in the. Wait,
I
70 as
I-
well?
Well, okay, so this is the problem with the Septuagint. The
Okay.
Septuagint only includes the 5 books of Moses. The Septuagint does not
What?
include anything other than the 5 books of Moses.
Okay.
Everything else that gets called the Septuagint is just random translations. So here's what the NIV says. One manuscript of the Masoretic text, Dead Sea Scrolls, and Syriac, see also Septuagint, so I guess. Most
Yeah.
manuscripts of the Masoretic text do not have the last 2 lines of verse 13. And it's like, the Septuagint is just random translations of the Bible by random random Jews that have been collected by Christians. Like, it's just
Okay.
translations that various people did. There's no
Okay.
authority to them.
Okay.
What about the miracle?
Got it.
The miracle was only the 5 books of Moses.
Okay.
That was only the 5 books of Moses. And Father
Okay.
Stephen agrees with me about this.
Mhm.
He in fact, he said he was very glad that I point this out.
Well, yeah, they didn't tell me that at Linden Christian, so shame on them.
Well, especially the people who still try to defend the Septuagint, they very much don't like it being pointed out that the Septuagint only refers to the 5 books of Moses.
Well, I've heard you argue that even the 5 books of Moses are not completely
Well,
accurate.
it doesn't. The Septuagint, as we have it today, does not accord with what the Talmud says are differences, are
Okay.
things in the Septuagint. So
Okay.
the Septuagint we have today is not what the Septuagint that the Talmud talks about 1,500 years ago.
Right.
And that's 5 books of Moses. So
Right.
I don't believe in any of it, but like that's Talmudic. I mean,
Right.
I understand if Christians don't, you know.
Well, no, that's a historical question. That's not a religious question. So
Yes, but I understand if Christians are like, I don't care what the Talmud says.
And really, I think that's a lot of what Paul is saying, is that there's a lot of Jews out there that put the law above God, and that he's critiquing that, saying Jesus has come, we put God above the law.
There is no sense in talking about God above the law. The God is God. The law is God's law. Like this is absolute nonsense.
So this is one.
And that's why you're not a Christian.
Well, this is one other question I had. When Paul in the second half of the Bible study was talking about, like the role of the law in, like when Paul says, "I would not have known covetousness if it wasn't for
Okay,
the
so
law."
this is what PVK said today, and it was cute what he was saying.
Okay.
But it's cute in a Christian trying to explain things which are silly way, and I'll explain to you why.
Okay.
Because yes, it is absolutely true that somebody could not care about the spirit of the law and find ways out of it, which is precisely what Paul did.
Okay.
If you care about the spirit of the law, then you care about actually keeping the law as God commanded you.
And so
Right.
to suddenly tell me, and this is why Father Stephen and many other Christians are exploring, N.T. Wright, are exploring Paul within Judaism. Because
Yep.
if Paul's criticism is, hey, you're not taking God's will seriously enough, then don't tell me pork is kosher. Because God obviously said pork is not kosher. So
This-
give me whatever excuse you want,
This
but God says pork is not kosher.
This
For
Paul
Gentiles or
explicitly-
Jews?
For
Well,
Jews.
this is the
Okay.
discussion
Sure.
with Father Stephen and Paul within Judaism, because
Sure.
now after 2,000 years, Christians have started saying, "Oh, maybe it's okay if we don't force Jews to eat pork." No, this
Well-
is not this is not funny. Christians
Uh,
used to force Jews to eat pork.
No.
But that is
I
ridiculous
know.
to us.
Yeah,
It
I know.
is, and it should be, but it is the result of Pauline Christianity. When you say
Yeah.
that the curse of the law and being slaves to the law, and the law is evil, and you say all the horrible things that Paul says about God and his law, then what else are you going to get for 2,000 years of Christianity?
So Jacob, I think that the strength of Paul's language with regards to the law makes sense if the depiction of the Pharisees in the Gospels is accurate.
Okay. The way Father Stephen makes sense of this, and it's and I am trying to understand his thing. The way he's trying to make sense of it, and it's better than most of the things I've heard, which is Paul, like the rest of Judaism, realized that within Judaism there is no necessity for you to keep kosher. And Paul, no matter how poorly, was trying to convince Gentiles, hey, you don't need to become Jews.
Yep.
And so when he said these things, he's trying to convince Gentiles, no, you don't need to circumcise your children. No, you don't need to keep kosher. No, you don't need to wear tzitzit. And this is the exact same thing that Judaism said before Jesus, and it's the same thing Judaism has been saying for the past 2,000 years. We do not believe that Gentiles need to keep the law.
So is like, do you think the so-called circumcision party in Acts is an invention, and that there were never Jews who wanted to force the law in Gentiles?
Well, there may have been Jews who did, but they certainly were not Pharisaic Jews.
And that's fine, because I don't think Acts
Necessarily. I mean, so this is the Paul within Judaism argument is, oh, we've misunderstood Paul for 2,000 years. Paul was trying to tell Gentiles they don't need to keep kosher.
Right. But so they say that's all he was doing?
So this is where the question becomes in what's happening in Acts 21.
Right.
Acts 21 is the central point where you have to explain to me whether or not Paul was lying to James.
Yep. I agree. That, like, since you've mentioned that, I've been like really puzzling over that passage. That and when he circumcises Timothy as well. Those two together are like things to think about.
And 1 Corinthians 9.
Right, yeah. Unfortunately, you're probably more literate, or more familiar with the epistles than I am at this point. So I'm
Which is
still
shocking because I can't stand to read that man's writing. Honestly, every time I sit down to read the stuff he writes, like it's just so incredibly infuriating.
There aren't enough bright spots because you have a few bright spots.
There are a few
Right,
bright
right.
spots. I quote the guy
Yep.
because, frankly, the only way Satan can be successful is by
Okay.
mixing the truth in with his lies. But I am trying very, very hard to understand the Paul within Judaism point of view, partially
Me
because
too.
I would love for Christians to actually believe in the Paul within Judaism. Like, if Father Stephen is correct in his interpretation, then for the past 2,000 years, it's just been a huge misunderstanding, mostly on the Christians' parts, I have to say.
Yeah, I agree.
But a huge misunderstanding, and Christians killed all these Jews and a bunch of Christians for no good reason, right?
Yep.
And I mean, it's kind of a tragic sense of history. But honestly, I think Paul was just a disciple of Satan.
Well, I mean, like, so, is it Romans?
Where are you getting
12?
Satan from?
1 Corinthians 9.
Oh, the New Testament.
Is it Romans? Romans 11, where he talks about the remnant of Israel and all of that.
Well, that's a very interesting. Yeah, 10 and 11 is interesting, and frankly, I think most Christian interpretations don't even make sense with Paul. There, I actually agree with Paul somewhat. Like, and Father Stephen has yet to explain to me what he means. Although he's been excited about possibly talking to me about Romans 9:10.
I like your hairstyle.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to scare you, boss. I'm from Japan 3 years ago.
Okay.
After pandemic hit, lots of things. Place to stay all the friends on. I live on for 2 months. I
Okay.
haven't changed my clothes in 2 months. Of course, end up being better.
Okay,
I
I'm going to mute
it-
Richard so that he can talk to that guy without us listening into him. Go ahead and Neutrino.
If the Torah ever became forgotten in the material realm, I don't think that would make God disappear.
It would certainly be a contradiction to what the Torah says.
We wouldn't be able to appreciate God as much as we can with the Torah.
No. But the Torah itself says that it will never be forgotten.
Isn't there a bit in 4th Maccabees about this, right?
I
Right.
don't know. 4th Maccabees isn't part of my Bible. 1st Maccabees, 2nd Maccabees, 3rd Maccabees, and 4th Maccabees is not part of my
Part of
Bible.
your Bible, yeah, I get you. This guy, I tell you. It's somewhere in there.
And push comes to shove, Jacob. If
Yeah.
you want to say that Christianity is just one big fan fiction of the Torah, I wouldn't want to disagree with you. But
Look,
it's a pretty powerful story.
It's beyond that. I think I actually believe that Jesus was teaching Judaism. I think Jesus knew Judaism very well. I think he spoke beautifully about the Torah. I think Jesus taught Judaism, and then it was hijacked by Paul.
It fits in pretty good with Sophie and Gnosticism.
What do you mean?
The theory that Jesus is just you're looking at the Jewish Torah and you're bringing forward some of the messianic stuff. That's essentially Sophian Gnosticism, from my understanding.
I don't know anything about Sophian Gnosticism. I know that a lot of modern scholars like James Tabor and Bart Ehrman believe that there was a Jewish Christianity, and that Pauline Christianity was something separate. And I think that's, I mean, that this is what the Ebionites believed, and there has been a resurgence in Ebionite belief, and a lot of Muslims have been also saying these same things. So some of my early commentaries on Father Stephen's videos was him responding to Muslim apologists who were taking the work of Jewish anti-missionaries and attacking Paul with it.
Okay, so back
Okay.
up a little bit. What are we calling Sophia Gnosticism?
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's Tal Malachi is kind of where I'm coming from with this, and he actually has a YouTube channel called Ecclesia Pistis Sophia, and he has a book,
Never heard of Sophia.
Gnosis of the Cosmic Christ, and that's where I learned about taking Yahweh, dropping a shin in the middle to get a Messiah. That's really my background where I learned Kabbalah. I'm not Jewish.
Sounds like stuff I am not happy with.
Most likely.
I really do not know much about Sophiology. I read one book by Paul Evdokimov on it.
It probably is closer aligned to some of the Coptic stuff than than Catholic, if that makes sense.
I mean, if you're talking Sophiology, it'd all be Russian. Yeah?
Tal Malachi. Let's read his Wikipedia page, because Wikipedia is always right about everything. Tal Malachi, full name Tal Malachi Eben Elijah, born Brett Kagel in 1962. Charlie.
Hello.
Is an American neo-Gnostic religious leader and writer. He is currently the bishop of Ecclesia Pistis Sophia. Oh, you know what? I think Sam had a deacon from that church on his channel once, also known as the Sophia Fellowship. Tal Malachi is the current spiritual leader of the Sophian Gnostic tradition, a neo-Gnostic group. Although members claim that the lineage dates back to the 1700s, the current tone of Ecclesia Pistis Sophia was innovated in the 1880s by Tao Miriam, an Englishwoman. She initiated her protege Tao Elijah, who left England in the early 20th century to establish the lineage in the Bay Area of Northern California. Yum! I love San Francisco. In the 1950s, Tao Elijah retired from public teaching and initiating to live in Lake Tahoe Basin, where he died in 1970s.
California was a different state before you were born, Jacob.
It certainly was. Actually, Shlomo Karlebach, and so the Rebbe sent several of his best students to the Bay Area during the 60s and 70s, and many of them did not come back. Was 8-year-old when he met Tao Elijah. He received the spiritual name.
Have you ever heard of the Bruce Codex?
I have not heard of the Bruce Codex. Martinism is a form of Christian mysticism and esoteric Christianity concerned with the fall of the first man.
Yeah, I think the Bruce Codex kind of came to light in England around late 1800s, which some of that kind of fits in with a lot of what I was reading about Sophian Gnosticism.
I'm wondering if this is the same. No, I don't think this is the same people that Sam had on. Transfigured.
I've never heard of the term Sophia Gnosticism before. I've heard the two terms separate, but
So this is so
Oh wow, I didn't
Yeah.
realize. I'm gonna have
Jonathan
to watch that.
Stewart is a deacon in the Apostolic Johannite Church in Montreal. In Gnostic and esoteric Christian tradition, is the talk of the Talk Gnosis on the Gnostic Wisdom Network YouTube channel.
These aren't Sethian Gnostics. That you get a better. My
They
understanding is
have a
Sethian
much
Gnostics come from
larger
Nag
group.
Hammadi.
Don't know what to tell you.
I wasn't asking any questions about it. I was just letting you know where I'm coming from.
Charlie, eating at 2 a.m. is not going to help you go to sleep.
I don't see the problem.
The problem is you should probably be sleeping at 2 a.m.
Well, maybe.
Now, the biggest critique from the Christian perspective of Sophian Gnosticism is they view Jesus as more an example of somebody that took the spark of divinity that's present in all people and brought it to an inferno that we now know as Jesus. But that really all people have that spark in them and have that potential to climb Jacob's ladder in a sense.
Sounds really new agey. Sophian Gnosticism about homosexuality.
I'm not familiar with this. There you can enlighten me.
So let's see. This is what Google brought up when I asked about Sophian Gnosticism. So, Romans 1:20 through 27. For since the creation, whatever. This passage has become of recent interest to me. In much of the Christian church today, we see this passage associated commonly with homosexuality, whether they consider which they consider a sin, as well as a condemnation of paganism or any religion, because I think of it for us to consider and comment upon. God's eternal or invisible. The secret center of the light is never seen, only its emanation. It seems that St. Paul might be speaking of the mystery of Ein Sof. If God's invisible qualities are seen through creation, then, in addition to saying something about God, something more subtle is being said about creation. Mainly, that creation is a kind of vessel of God's attributes. That both his eternal power, perhaps the Shekhinah, and his divine nature pass through creation in order that we might perceive what is otherwise unknown. Perhaps with this understanding, to know God means to receive the outpouring of his life, of his invisible qualities.
They like the Kabbalistic tree.
Apparently. But I see. He moves. Therefore, God gave them up in the lusts of their heart to impurity. This is a quite shocking thing to say. I'd say, God actually gives His creation up to impurity and lust, but it is also quite in line with the idea of free will as a precious gift to creation. Okay. As a response to this idolatry, God gives up the world to degrading passions, noting that their women exchanged a natural intercourse for unnatural, and the same idea.
Most socially liberal Christians disregard this passage as Paul's wrongful or misinterpreted condemnation of homosexuality. If so, what is the proper interpretation? Paul has noted that the sin of idolatry has confused the relationship between gender because humanity's relationship to God has been distorted as well. In terms of a Christian Kabbalah, this speaks to me regarding the various Sefirot and the inherent male-female dynamic within the tree of life. Because the actions of humanity actually affect the cosmic structure. Actions of humanity do not go all the way up to Atzilut, but apparently they didn't know this. Perhaps what it is being alluded to here is the disruption of the relationship between the Sefirot. The mother perhaps turns her back to the father and associated with another female. What other female? Producing wrath. I actually don't have much knowledge of the male-female dynamic within the Tree of Life, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're talking about there or actually where this is from.
Yeah.
Oh, Central Ohio.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't think Kabbalah is compatible with Christianity.
I tend to agree with you, but that's because Christianity is wrong.
See, but with that philosophy, I can go to the Jews and they can just think of me as a dirty Christian. I can go to the Christians and they can just think of me as a dirty Jew.
You could do that. Is it kosher to Google religious questions? Of course it's kosher to Google religious questions. The question is, which answers? If you're getting your answers from Wikipedia, probably a bad idea. Although I have to say, Miodea is pretty good on Stack Exchange. I found a lot of very detailed answers there.
All right, my dog's going crazy. I should probably head off.
It is after midnight. You should turn into a pumpkin and go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm a college student though. You know, it's early for me. All right. I'll
College
see ya.
student celebrating finishing a paper.
Yep. All right.
The night is young.
And so are we, gentlemen.
Uh,
Except I'm
yeah.
not so young anymore.
Yeah, it's 3:20 here. I should probably bounce also. But
Mhm.
thank you for letting me come
Yeah.
on and chat.
Good talking to you.
It was nice speaking with you.
Night, guys.
Good night. So it's all you, Charlie.
Uh-oh.
What are we going to talk about?
I don't know. I have nothing to talk about.
What are your feelings about the Israeli protests?
I don't know much about it, but doesn't sound fun.
What are your feelings about the new international version?
That's just a running joke. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me that much. I don't know nearly enough to actually care about that.
Well, how far along are you in your semester?
I have like 5 weeks left or so.
5 weeks. That's forever.
Well, Andrew said he was having like finals already, and that just seems absurd to me. I can't.
Yeah, he just finished his finals.
Does he start in July? Like it's March.
They're on the quarter system.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think UCLA's on the quarter system. I'm pretty sure.
That sounds right.
Yeah, I have 7 weeks left of my 6 weeks now of my quarter, and then I can apply to transfer to this other school.
Gotcha. And then he'll be rich and famous.
You're the chemical engineer? No, he's the chemical engineer. You're the mechanical engineer.
No.
What are you?
Oh, honestly, I don't remember Nahawa. I'm sorry. No, I'm
I
an
want to know some of the pickup lines Charlie's GPT came up with.
Maybe it keeps my history on it, right?
Don't know. You could ask the same question over again. It remembers. It remembers you from your previous.
I had to-
visits.
I had to like prod it a little bit to give me some bad ones. So let's see if there are any. Your session's expired. Oh boy. What was my password, do we think? Oh no.
I think I used my Google account. Pretty sure I used my Google account.
B.
Okay. So chat
Google.
GPT.
This one. It was probably my school account. Huh? Yeah, it's asking me.
Give me pick
Yeah,
up
wrong.
lines. Sure. Here, few pickup lines that you might find amusing. 1. Are you a magician? Because every time I look at you, everyone else disappears. Wow, that's not bad.
No, I asked it specifically for bad pickup line.
Excuse me, but I think you dropped something. My jaw. I must be a snowflake because I've fallen for you. Is it hot in here or is it just you? Are you a bank loan because you got my interest?
I kind of like that one.
That's bad. Excuse me, but I think you owe me a drink because when I saw you, I dropped mine. Do you believe in love at first sight or should I walk by again? So, I am totally opposed to love at first sight. You must be a dictionary because you add meaning to my life. That's a John Vervaeke.
That I could see John Vervaeke saying that.
If you were a vegetable, you would be a cute cucumber. That's dumb. Are you a camera? Because every time I look at you, I smile. Give me bad pickup line.
Yeah. We're doing the
All
real-
right. Here are some bad pickup lines that might make you cringe.
Whoa.
Just
Just got extra words in it. It's so bad.
Are you a magician? Because whenever I look at you, everyone else disappears and I'm left wondering what just happened. Excuse me, but are you a Wi-Fi signal? Because I feel a strong connection here. If you were a vegetable, you'd be a cucumber. No, wait, that's actually a good one. Did you just fart? Because you just blew me away.
Wow. See, I was feeding these to my friend who said he was finally going to ask a girl out that he liked. So
Do you have a map? I keep getting lost in your eyes. Excuse me, but do you have a Band-Aid? Because I scraped my knee falling for you.
wow.
Do you believe in love at first sight, or should I walk by again and again and again? Is your name Google? Because you've got everything I've been searching for. If I could rearrange the alphabet, I'd put you and I together. But honestly, that seems like a lot of work. Are you a parking ticket? Because you've got fine written all over you.
Wow.
Worse pickup lines.
Oh no.
All right, here are some worse pickup lines that might make you cringe even more.
Number 2.
Excuse me, are you a bank loan? That we already had. Are you a beaver? Because damn, you're fine. That's not so bad. If you were a booger, I'd pick you first.
That's a classic.
Excuse me, but do you have a map? I need to find my way into your heart. Yeah. Do you have a band-aid? Because I just scraped my knee falling for you from a really high place, like the top of a skyscraper or something. Are you a camera? Because every time I look at you, I smile because I'm thinking of how ridiculous this pickup line is. That's actually kind of cute. Are you a magician? Because whenever, and we already had this. And that's probably because they're running away from me. Go away. Excuse me, but do you have a sunburn or are you always this hot? And not in the attractive way, like the heat stroke kind of way. If I were a watermelon, would you spit or swallow my seeds? Oh. Okay, maybe that one's just plain inappropriate. Yeah, it is. Yeah, and that last one's a... Okay, this has lost its fun to me. Okay, this might be dangerous, but what happens when you ask it for Christian-themed pickup lines? Okay, let's see.
Suddenly Jacob's excited again. Typical.
Pickup lines.
If I look up Jewish lines, they won't give it to me, probably.
Oh, actually, that's interesting. Excuse me, but are you a prayer warrior? Because I feel a spiritual connection here. Did I move this off screen? No, it's still there. Okay. I must be a disciple because I've been following you for a while now. That's just scary. Are you a Sunday morning service? Because I can't wait to be with you all week. If I were Joseph, would you be my Mary? Because I'd travel any distance to be with you. Obviously, this isn't a Catholic line. Excuse me, but do you have a Bible? Because I think we're meant to be Proverbs 31 together.
Oh, what is it?
I'm guessing that's Eshet Chayil.
I don't know what that means, Jacob.
Why don't you know what that means? Proverbs 31.
It's the words of King Lemuel, the woman who fears the Lord. That one.
Yeah. Eshet Chayil starts at verse 10.
It's close enough.
I have it memorized if you want me to sing it to you.
That's all right.
Eshet Chayil mi'yimtza berachot mipni nimichra batach ba'lev bala
I'm looking up Jewish pickup lines.
v'shalal
There it is.
yisar.
It's telling me it can't give me Jewish pickup lines.
Really?
Yes, I'm dead serious. Jewish pickup lines.
Jewish pickup lines.
Maybe it'll say something different, but mine says, I'm sorry. Oh,
Sure, here are some Jewish pickup lines that you might find amusing.
That's
Excuse me, but are you a menorah? Because you're lighting up my life. If you were a bagel, you'd be an everything bagel because you have everything I'm looking for. Are you a dreidel? Because you're spinning me around. If you were a matzo ball, I'd love to be in your soup. Excuse me, but do you have a mitzvah I can do for you? Because I'd love to help you out. Okay. If I had to choose between you and a lifetime supply of challah bread, I'd choose you every time.
Do you have the plus thing?
What do you mean? No.
Mine won't give me any pickup lines. It won't give me any.
Yeah. Are you a kosher wine? Because you're making me feel warm and fuzzy inside. What does that have to do with being kosher? Excuse me, but do you know the Hebrew word for love? Yes, I do. Because I'm feeling it right now. If I were Abraham, would you be my Sarah? Because I'd travel the desert for you. Are you a rabbi? Because I'd love for you to teach me more about you. Those were not very Jewish.
No, disappointing.
Give me pickup lines in Yeshivish.
Still going.
Excuse me, but are you a yeshiva bacher? Because you're making my heart pitter patter like a Gemara page. If I were a shofar, would you blow me away because I'm sounding off for you?
I know what that is.
Are you a stender because I can't stop learning from you? Excuse me, but do you have a chavrusa? Because I'd love to study with you all night. That is cute. If I were a Torah scroll, would you be my yad? Because I need you to guide me. See, these are actually not so bad. Are you a shul? Because I want to daven with you all day. Siddur maybe. Not shul. Excuse me, but do you know the bracha for love? Because I want to bless our relationship. If I were a sefer, would you be my shel rosh? What? Because I want you to be the head of our relationship. Okay, somebody doesn't understand what they're saying at all. Are you a chassidus? Because I want to live my life according. Excuse me, but are you a bubby? Because I feel warm and love just being near you. Okay, these were just bad. The last few made no sense. Okay, I'm done for now. Wow. It's like a car crash. I can't look away. I'm regretting this.
I had nothing serious to contribute. This is what happens.
It's all Nechama's fault.
Yeah.
I blame Nechama. See my kitty?
I do. In the valley.
Of the shadow of death. I think it makes perfect sense.
It does. It's funny. I like it.
So what was your major?
Aerospace.
Aerospace in Iowa?
Yeah.
You guys have aerospace in Iowa?
It's like one of the biggest programs in the country at Iowa State.
I did not know this.
For public universities, it's like the only bigger ones would be like Georgia Tech, probably a couple California schools. I don't know, but
Yosef goes to Georgia Tech.
he does.
Well,
He has an aero degree. So.
He's ABD.
What's that?
You don't know what ABD is?
Well, isn't he getting a doctorate right now?
Yes. He's all but dissertation.
Okay.
That's what you call somebody who's working on their dissertation and
Sure.
hasn't finished it. He was supposed to finish it like 12 months ago. Yes, she is adjusting well. I don't know what's going to happen when Happy comes back. I think I'm going to go pick up Happy on Memorial Day weekend, which is in 2 months.
Happy's gonna eat her.
Happy loves cats. She has caught several cats, scared the bejesus out of them, but she just sniffs them. She also has caught several squirrels and a skunk.
I was at a friend's house today, and they have a Great Pyrenees, and it's very large. So that was fun.
Great Pyrenees are one of the best working dogs.
Yeah, it's a farm, so.
Yeah, Great Pyrenees are one of the few purebred dogs that I am not opposed to purebred dogs.
I think they have like 3 full-size ones, and then they breed.
Oh.
So.
Yeah. Great Pyrenees they have double dew claws.
Okay.
You didn't know that, did you?
No.
They have double dew claws. That's part of their breed standard is double dew claws. Do you know what a dew claw is?
Nope.
It's a vestigial thumb.
Okay. They have two of them?
On both back legs.
Okay.
2 thumbs.
Even better than one, so I've heard.
Actually, most dogs can't really use their thumbs. Happy uses her front thumbs, her front dew claws. Almost no dogs use their back dew claws. Happy's back dew claws, if she was still a puppy, I would get them removed. They're way too dangly. They're like not connected, like basically to anything. They're just dangling off her skin.
That doesn't sound good.
Oh, some people remove their dog's dew claws. Some people don't. The reason to get them removed is, especially if it's a very active dog, sometimes it'll get caught and rip off, and that's not good.
Doesn't sound good. But yeah, it was a big dog. And blended in very nicely with the snow, because there's still snow here.
Yeah, so Great Pyrenees have really thick coats.
Yeah.
This is part of the reason Happy really liked it when we were in Washington, and part of the reason I left her there was she really likes the snow, and it's really warm in Los Angeles. She usually doesn't like it when it's warm. So.
Yeah. Well, it's been a little warmer, and then it just snowed yesterday for some reason. And now there's snow again. And it's going to snow again on Saturday. So April snow. Why not?
Global warming.
I've been learning all about it.
There are 4 people watching.
What are they watching for? Go home.
Well, Nahama just woke up. It's like 10 a.m.
Well,
and
go do something.
yes, go do something, people. I think I'll keep the chat going for another 20 minutes unless somebody joins. Let's see if anybody wants to join. How was church today?
It was good. Haven't been for a little while, so.
What did the pastor talk about?
I don't know if I could tell you what passage he started on because I got there late, but it was the submitting to authority portion of must be Romans, right?
Timothy, maybe? The submitting to authority of your husband or submitting to authority in general?
Government.
Oh, government authority.
Let me find it.
So he was being all political and stuff.
Ooh, yeah.
Let's see if ChatGPT knows which
Probably
which
not.
passage of the Christian false Bible does it
Thank you.
speak about the submitting to government?
Romans
authority?
13. Romans 13.
In the New Testament book of Romans, chapter 13, verses 1 through 7, it speaks about submitting to government authority. Here is the passage. Which version
does ChatGPT favor?
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
Probably the Message or something.
It's going for a very long time, but it's not telling me which
You've
version.
also. Oh, it's not gonna say. Ask it what version that is.
Which translation?
I gotta know.
The Bible is.
The passage I provided is from the New International Version of the Bible. The NIV is a popular English translation of the Bible that seeks to balance accuracy and readability and is commonly used by both Protestants and evangelical Christians.
If you didn't need more proof,
Protestants and evangelical Christians.
I know. It's the new wave. ChatGPT's bringing it in. I like it.
Aren't evangelical Christians Protestants?
Yes, you are correct. Evangelical Christians are a subset of Protestant Christians. The term Protestant refers to any Christian who is not part of the Roman Catholic or Eastern Orthodox churches and includes a wide variety of denominations and traditions, such as Lutheran, Baptist, Presbyterian, Methodist, and many others. Evangelical Christians are a particular branch of Protestantism that emphasizes the authority of the Bible, personal conversion, and evangelism, among other beliefs.
Are Mormons Protestants?
Mormons, also known as members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, are not generally considered Protestants. While they share some similarities with the Protestant Christianity, such as belief in Jesus Christ and the Bible as scripture, they also have significant theological differences. For example, Mormons believe in additional scriptures beyond the Bible, including the Book of Mormon and other writings that they believe were revealed to their founder, Joseph Smith.
Are Mormons going to burn in hell forever?
Forever. Yeah, forever. It's important, right? That's an AI language model. That's the perfect time for it to say that.
However, I can say that within traditional Christian teachings, there are varying views on the ultimate destiny of those who do not follow certain beliefs or practices. Some believe in the concept of hell as a place of eternal punishment for those who reject Jesus Christ, while others hold to different beliefs such as universal reconciliation or annihilationism.
Wow.
It's important to approach religious beliefs with respect and sensitivity, and to engage in constructive dialogue, even with Muslims.
Ooh. Jacob, what are you trying to get it to say?
Yes, even with Muslims. It's important to approach religious beliefs with respect and sensitivity. Muslims, like members of any other religion, have their beliefs and practices that should be respected and understood. Islam is the second largest religion in the world, but aren't Muslims homophobic?
What? Okay. Don't get me in trouble.
It is not accurate to make a broad generalization that all Muslims are homophobic or that Islam as a religion is inherently homophobic.
Uh-huh.
Like any religion, while it is true that some Muslims, but doesn't Islam
But doesn't the book say
say you should kill homosexuals?
You're getting it thrown off ChatGPT, my goodness.
It is important to distinguish between the beliefs. See, the Muslim evangelism here is just
Oh, that's interesting. It says it's not accurate.
It says what's not accurate.
The top part, it says it's not an accurate interpretation. So it thinks there is an accurate one, right?
Where do you see accurate?
Just the top paragraph there.
It is important to distinguish may claim to act in the name of Islam and the actual teachings of Islam as a religion. While some extremist groups or individuals may claim that this is not an accurate interpretation of Islamic teachings.
Right. That doesn't say it's bad or mean. It just says it's wrong.
Who has the most accurate interpretation of Islamic teachings? Let's see. As an AI language model, you just took a position on which interpretation is most.
As an AI language, I might have to just throw that out in conversation if somebody calls me out on something and being stupid. As an AI language model, I cannot take a position.
But Christians are homophobic, right? Not all Christians are homophobic.
What did it say for the Muslims, though?
Aren't most Christians homophobes?
Can we get some survey data out of this bad boy, or? Not supported by the facts. There you go.
Not supported by the facts.
The facts.
See, I'm just wondering, like, where its wokeism like collapses in on itself. Are there scientific studies of how
Eh?
There you go. However, the attitudes are complex and multifaceted. It is important to approach these studies with a critical and nuanced perspective.
Nuance. We need more nuance.
It isn't being homophobic bad.
It's thinking. It's not acceptable.
Apparently. Okay, this is boring.
You don't like hearing from the prophet GPT?
Not really.
As an AI language, everything's going so well, and then it's like, nope.
As an AI language model, as a Christian,
Yeah, it's like the reset button for people.
Yeah. What's going on? Claire is active on Twitter right now.
Uh-oh. Claire Caw.
Yes, Claire Caw.
You keep pretty close tabs on Claire, man.
Not really. She spends way too much time. Like, she's on the internet more than 24/7. I do not believe she's an individual human being. I cannot believe she's one individual human being.
Wow. I'm on Twitter now for the first time in a while. And like the top 4 things are Israel headlines.
Yeah, well, Israel is Netanyahu. Yeah, so
Like,
that's why we were talking about Israel politics before you came.
like departures halted at the main airport.
Really? I didn't
Yep.
see that.
Is Ben
Ben
Gurion?
Gurion, yeah. I usually refuse to call it by its name because I hate
Okay.
that man.
I don't know.
I
I don't know
the-
anything about any of that. So
he was the first prime minister of
Okay.
this secular state of Israel.
sure.
Tel Aviv is rising. Netanyahu is in deep trouble.
Arr. Somebody better tell him.
I'm pretty sure he knows.
I know. Hmm.
This Jacob Kornbluh guy is interesting. I don't know if he's actually religious. He looks like he's religious.
He looks
comes
like
from a religious background.
He bothered to grow the beard, so
Senior religious Zionist rabbi. For the first time in my life, I feared this collapse and the rift between our two Jewish communities.
that'll settle him down.
Rabbi Kenneth Brander. I have no idea who Rabbi Kenneth Brander is, but that's not a very Jewish name.
No. I guess he's the diaspora, not the Israel part.
Rosh Yeshiva of the Ora Torah Stone. International Modern Orthodox.
Orthodox.
Because I love modern Orthodox.
What do you have to say about that, Jacob?
He went to REITs. He's modern Orthodox. Why are we paying attention to this? I've met this guy.
You've met him? Of course you have.
Yeah, a friend of mine got married at BRS, and when he was there.
Was Eric Weinstein there?
Eric Weinstein was not at BRS. I don't think Eric Weinstein has ever been to BRS.
He's never there when you need him.
I would be very surprised if Eric Weinstein ever went to BRS. Why is the Jerusalem Post bothering? This does not look like modern Orthodox.
Yeah, they've got the whole shebang going on.
World Mizrahi Movement in Jerusalem hosted senior rabbis. None of this looks in any way having to do with any of this stuff. I was hoping that there were actual rabbis who were saying stuff, but apparently not.
Just Hezi.
Chezi's the only rabbi who's saying anything. By far, the winner of the Israeli protests in recent weeks is Grand Miser. What's Grand Miser?
Why is everybody doom posting? My goodness.
Grandmother, I guess he means.
Even
Grand Miser Shali. My Grand Miser is rolling in her grave. Grand Miser, the odds.
I can't see your screen, but I'm glad you're having fun.
Ratia. Oh, sorry. Why can't you see my screen anymore?
I don't know.
Oh, because that's weird. Let's try this again. Share. Okay. And then when I click on a picture, does it go away? No, it doesn't. So I don't know what happened. So it says, my grandmiser, meaning grandmother, I'm guessing, is rolling in her grave. And this one says,
Okay.
grandmothers for democracy. So apparently, talking about grand misers has become a thing in Israel over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, everybody's having. Everything is exploding. Oh no. You know it's bad when Brett Weinstein says brace for impact.
Did he say that? Let's
He
see
did.
what-
He's not really talking about Israel, though, I don't think. It's just
Brett Weinstein.
got a brace, you know?
Brace for impact is now the only meaningful advice. Okay.
Was that why he still lives right by where he got fired?
He does not live there.
He doesn't live in
Anymore.
Portland anymore?
He may be in Portland, but he's definitely not on the campus of thing. And I think they're officially moving to Austin. His wife is starting the University of
Texas?
Austin. Yeah.
I was going to say Texas is a joke. That's funny, though. Okay, well, happy for him.
Why hookup culture does not work for both long-term relationships and civilization have been explored by Brett Weinstein, Heather Heine, and Jordan Peterson. Since people want something that works and hookup culture does not work, hookup culture is being rejected.
Wow. Who could have told him? That's crazy.
Local distance is actually halachically Jewish, and God have mercy on his soul, he converted to Christianity. You're not seeing my screen.
Nope. Now I am. There it is.
I thought you were seeing
I
my
was following
screen.
you.
This whole time, I
was-
thought you were seeing my screen.
I was following you on my own Twitter, but
This whole time,
I saw
You-
the. I mean, I saw that modern Orthodox guy. Then after that, it went away. But
so I was showing you the Grand Misers. So apparently,
yes,
this
I didn't
guy-
see the.
My land Grand Miser. Bruria. My land Grand Miser.
So he said Grand Miser, and apparently people have started talking about Grand Misers. Like this
Right.
sign says, "My Grand Miser is rolling in her graves,"
That's
and
bad.
this is Grand Misers for democracy.
I like it. I'm a fan.
You're
I'll
a
join
fan
that.
of Grand Misers?
I'll join Grand Misers for Democracy. Why not?
You're not a Grand Miser.
I don't think many people are.
The problem is there's no the sound in Hebrew. So
Maybe
that's why
maybe it's a new Yiddish term or something that's just popular now.
he moved to the San Juan Islands, I believe. I might be wrong. I am pretty sure that Brett Weinstein is not living in the San Juan Islands, although I might be wrong as well. It would not be the first time I was wrong. Would not even be the second time I was wrong.
But would it be the third time?
So one of my favorite jokes to make is, oh wow, so this is what being wrong is like. I'm 45 years old and it's the first time.
Bet that's popular.
It's popular with me.
That's what's important, you know?
Okay, it's 1 a.m. here. I think I'm going to end this stream.
That's late. Wow.
And it's even later where you are.